Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islamism without the schism. We want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah and honors to his holy prophet. Honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws. And honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought to make us a nation. Islam, Islam, Islamism. Want to welcome our Moorish kin to another E.A.R.S Research Sultanate session. I'm your host, instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Al-Mohadi Shabazel. My ancient Kmetian high name being the same as Dr. Shedu Aminti El-Muhajjid Shepsuel. We got a grand drawing to bring to our family today. A very grand drawing. Islam Moors. And actually, before we go forth, how y'all like the intro? You know, we got a lot of drum rolling in there because we actually in the battlefield when it comes to the hearts and minds of our people. You know, and so we really here to bring them the truth and uplift them. And we chant our little mantra along the way. Islam panel. What do you think
beautiful.
About y'all know I
Islam, yes.
Y'all know I put that little tool out. Didn't know I had it on there. I'm gonna have to make a lot more animated demonstrations like that. I'm like, oh, you can do this, huh?
Oh, you will be director in a minute. Director of Moorish films in a minute.
I know, right? Speaking into existence, God is speaking into existence.
That's right.
Man, we ready to make the Prophet movie. It's long. You know, man, I say, goodness gracious. I said, well, let me get carried away over here. When I went to dealing with the little things, I was like, oh, y'all gonna let me do that too? I was like, goodness gracious. And it's been here all the while.
Wow.
You know, so praise be to Allah. We just putting security on what we love, Moorish kin.
Islam.
So Islamism. At this time, we're gonna open up the way and let our family come forth, you know, with our divine constitution and prayer and everything else. Islam. Praise be to Allah.
Islam is This is our family. I'm Dr. Marvin Evans Bay out of the Texas Consulate, rising giving all praise to the great God of Allah. Highest honor to his prophet, our prophet, Muhammad Rawli Al-Haj, Sharif Abdullah. Give honor to our theocratic government, the Morris American government. Give honor to everything that is Morris. Now we'll begin our Morris American prayer. Ya Allah Emnuheru Meku Nekeru. Ya Allah Epheteru. Ya Allah Ma'ateru. Ya Allah Hoteperu. Ya Allah Heru. Ya Allah Ma'at Hekuti. Ya Allah Awchet Ejuti. Ya Allah Patem Sutek Patem Heru. Ya Allah Bamaduti. El Hedges Bay of Tu Ali. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration. O Allah, the Father of the universe. O Allah, the Father of love. O Allah, the Spirit of truth. O Allah, the Spirit of peace. O Allah, the Spirit of freedom. O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet, Juali. Amen. Holy Issa. Holy Issa. Holy Issa. And now I will begin with our divine constitution of North America. Act salvation, our God, unity. The divine constitution of North America. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of North America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of North America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the citizens of North America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended into his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of North America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must, quote, preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Morris American, you are a part and a parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Morris America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained the Ali the Prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Morris Americans are descendants of the ancient Moorites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting acts in North America. North Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of North America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Muslim Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of North America. And now this meeting has been opened according to Act 2, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I will hand this over to our goddess, Dr. Dendra O'Neill Kirk Bay. Islam?
Islam, 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 God man, gratitude. Islam, 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 family. I am Dr. Dendra O'Neill Kirk Bay. But first, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to our Council General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening us up according to law. I will be reading our chapter of the week coming from our Holy Quran, chapter 38. Yehoshua again and his first year of divine ministry. The Jewish Passover feast time came, and Yehoshua left his mother in Capernaum and journeyed to Jerusalem. And he abode with one, a Sadducee, whose name was Jude. And when he reached the temple court, the multitudes were there to see the prophet, whom the people thought had come to break the yoke of Rome and restore the kingdom of the Jews and the rulers of David's throne. And when the people saw him, they said, All hail. But Yehoshua answered not. He saw the money changers in the house of Allah, and he was grieved. The courts had been converted into marts of trade, and men were selling lambs and doves for the priests. And Yehoshua called the priests and said, Behold, for paltry gain, you have sold out the temple of Allah. This house, ordained for prayer, is now a den of thieves. Can good and evil dwell together in the courts of Allah? I tell you no. And then he drove them out and overturned the boards. He opened up the cages of the captive birds and cut the cords that bound the lambs and set them free. The priests and scribes rushed out and would have done him harm, but the common people drove them back and stood in his defense. And then the ruler said, Who is this Yehoshua you call divine? The people said, He is the one the prophets wrote concerning, who would come and bring the world the love of Allah made known to men of earth, who will deliver Israel. The ruler said to Yehoshua, If you be the one to come, then show us a sign. Who gave you the right to drive these merchants out? And Yehoshua said, There is no loyal Jew who would not give his life to save this temple from disgrace. In this I act simply as a loyal Jew, and you yourselves will bear me witness to the truth. The sign of my Messiahship will follow me in word and deed, and you may tear the temple down, and in 3 days it will be built again. Now Yehoshua meant that they might take his life, tear down his body temple of the Holy Breath, and he would rise again. You men of Israel, hear. This man is more than man. Take heed to what you do. I have myself heard Yehoshua speak, and all the winds were still. And you will see his star arise, and it will grow until it is the full sun of love. And Yehoshua said, Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. But you can never see the king while you press sin to your hearts. This king is Allah. The pure in heart alone can see the face of Allah and live. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn our class back over to our National Assistant Grand Sheik, Dr. Sadu Amenti El Mohejet Sepsuia. Are you there, God man?
Islamism is close as a love thought and everything the prophet bought. Islamism.
Islam.
Well, let us rise once again upon the seven and open up the way. Goodness gracious, for this Pert M. Heru, we got some grand draws to bring on the manifest Moors. But what we want to do is we always open up in our session with a portion and reading from the Book of Fire. We actually have a grand measure to bring forth to set the tone this morning. And this is coming from page 347. We want to get a volunteer to read from 347 to 348 at the top above Maya in the Ego, Islam.
Islam,
Grand man. Brother Bati Bey. And then we will pick up on page 404 and start with the divine origin of the 10 commandments. And we'll have somebody to read over there until we get to, oh yeah, that's good. Page 406, where it states the Constitution of Ma'at, Islam, Grand National Secretary of State. And last but not least, you have one to pick up from page 406 and actually end at page 408. Above is there a cross for you, Islam.
Well, it's up to you.
Go ahead, man. You got it.
All right.
Okay, I go.
Islam. Dr. Shedu, that's Sister Gracie. What was the ending part? You said Maya.
Yeah, above Maya and the Ego. That's on page 348.
348.
Yeah, you're gonna end above that. But you're gonna begin at 347 where it says Moses meet himself.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Islam.
And stop at Maya and the Ego, right?
Yes, sir.
Islam.
Gratitude. That's page 348. Islam. When you end it, Islam.
First, I'd like to rise and give our man of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, muftis, the citizens alike, honors to our panel, honors to our seal, flag, seal, emblem, all the Moors in the sound of my voice. And I will begin. Moses met himself. The Adamite children of Adam and Eve, the ancient Moabites and Kmatians were the first of the human race to establish sacred temples and schools solely for the purpose of sustaining God consciousness. Moses, a Muslim, learned the knowledge of self while being raised as an Egyptian bureaucrat. In turn, Musa taught these adapt lessons to the Hebrews, tribes of Israel. The Hebrews, in their prophetic and verbal history, wrote the account of Moses receiving these lessons in their Holy Torah. The Hebrew story tells how Musa went upon the sacred mountain, was told to remove his shoes because he was now entering holy grounds. He then saw the great God through the fiery light of a burning bush, and then he received the various commands from his Savior. On one occasion, Musa, the Kmatian adept, was asked for the name of his supreme deity, and the answer was simply, I am that I am. On another occasion, Moses was told to place his right hand in his breast. His hand went in olive skin, but came out as leprous white as a European. Then the command reversed his hand to its original African hue again, Exodus 4:5-8. The biblical interpretation of this great and lawful meeting from Moses to Allah is often made complicated with mystery and shrouded with abnormal possibilities of man. In actuality, the ancient faithful were very close to Allah and godlike in their actions. This Africa is the home of the original names for the Creator, all living things. From Africa came the Garden of Eden, and terms like angel, adept, gods, Christ, holy disciples, light, Muslims, and man, etc. Yet these simple names can make their surroundings event very complex in the darkness of misinterpretation and misunderstanding. As for the Moorish nations of the Americas, they must forget the nature of the West is to they must not forget the nature of the West is to make the East appear foreign, dark, and illusionary, and always forbidden. The Bible leave ajar the door of discrepancy as to whether it's speaking from the God of the universe or the God of man when it refers to the words said by God. The pharaohs and most graduates of Egyptians' holy schools of thought were known, recognized, and called gods, prophets, Christ, angels, etc. See religion. These titles reflect the different degrees mastered by the initiate adepts. Similar to America's high school graduates, Associate of Arts, Masters or doctorate degrees, etc. To this very day, everything the European first thought was God originated from African civilization. Therefore, the story of Moses on the mountain, although it did occur, was told in the symbolic words of the ancient Egyptian mystery system in which Moses and Yehoshua were graduates. In the light of understanding, the most complex becomes simple. Shoes are symbolic of human life and mortal character. Feet are symbolic of acts, words, and deeds. Holy ground is symbolic of entrance to the self, soul, unity of Allah, third eye. Mountain, the upper room, is symbolic of the heart, higher consciousness, Allah, and man's meeting place. The bush is symbolic of the tree of human knowledge. The burning light is symbolic of flame, torch of love, God, and essence of life. The voice of God is symbolic of the harmonies of the higher self, Akashic records, universal authority. The hand is symbolic of the mind. White is symbolic of purity, light consciousness. Black is symbolic of death, absence of light, and human knowledge. Rock is symbolic of understanding. Upon the rock understanding, I will build my temple. Now, with the symbolic meaning of these words brought to light, the entire event takes on its relevant and true meaning. During the life of Yehoshua, 1,550 years after Moses, Mount Sinai was still there. And although countless of millions of people have visited the actual site since then, not one person has reported ever seeing a burning bush, abandoned shoe, or a message from the God of Moses since then. What's up with that? Surely, what our forefathers were, we are today also. Appendix, Morse Holy Quran 47:10. This is because when Moses, Yehoshua, Muhammad, Ali, or Martin Luther King Jr., for that matter, went to the mountain to be with their God, the true mountains were above and between their two eyebrows. See third eye. The earthly mountains, as such, were mere places. The earthly mountains, as such, were mere places for geographical solitude. A place or thing becomes holy when the will of God and the will of man are in harmony, e.g., holy ground, holy Quran, etc. Holy is the uniting of Allah and man. The word holy originated in the sacred schools of ancient Africa and it was used only when the deification of man was relevant. This brings to mind a question with a possible Jap slap answer. When was the word holy applied to the Greek Septuagint, the Bible? Or was that when Caesar became Pope? Since Adam became the first prophet of the New World Order, since Adam became the first prophet of the New World Order, all prophets and other God men and women go into meditation via the nearest place to meet the great God. Through meditation, they cannot take any naught or other people physically with them into the divine light and paradise of silence. They can only take them by the white hand, pure mind, and guide them. It is very obvious the mount of God, prophet, and angels are not the same earthly mountains seen by humans. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn this meeting over to our Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Hatshepsut, to the comment back. Islam. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Islam, can you hear me now?
Islam.
Oh, yeah, we hear you loud and clear, Grand Secretary of State. Islam.
Gratitude, internet playing games, Islam. Islam Moorish Ken. First of all, I'm going to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet, Noble Jurali, and giving honor to our class for this evening. Divine origin of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, as translated in the Bible, are not the true tablets of laws bestowed upon Moses out of Egypt, parentheses, ancient Kemet. The biblical Ten Commandments appear two places in the Old Testament, Exodus 20, verses 1 through 7, and Deuteronomy 5, verses 6 through 21. The two are similar, but not identical, pending whether in the Protestant, Anglican, and Orthodox Christian who follow Jewish tradition or Roman Catholic and Lutheran traditions used by St. Augustine, which combines 1 and 11 and splits the last commandment into two. The latter changes the numbering of the other commandments by 1. However, it is the basic principle of the Ten Commandments that comes as a prophetic warning by Noble Jurali. In his chapter 46, The Beginning of Christianity, the Moorish American prophet wrote, "These teachings were not accepted by the rulers, neither by the rich, because they loved the principles of the Ten Commandments. Through the Ten Commandments, the rulers and the rich live, while the poor suffer and die. In order to understand the original constitution of the commandments, one must study the holistic teachings of the ancient Moorish. Since the Garden of Eden, all initiates, parentheses, students, were taught their minds were a part of the divine mind. The I was a state of responsible perfection and constant mastery. This is why Moses was not told the name of the great God, but only to reply, I am that I am, meaning I am you, or Emmanuel, parentheses, God in man, to identify himself as the Christ, so Pharaoh would understand. Prophet Noble Jurali, among the many inheritances, returned the true commandments to the Moorish peoples from Egypt's sacred Adept Brotherhood. He was the first in America to teach from an ancient Egyptian constitution known as Tablet of Resurrection into the Light. The European West, especially the Wallace Budge's translation, called this the Egyptian Book of the Dead, parentheses, a typical misnomer and customary pale skinning of African history. Fortunately, more contemporary scholars refer to it as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. This later transliteration is more Afrocentric and relevant than the Romans' Book of the Black, oops, Book of the Death, oops, oops, Book of the Dead. These oops highlights the meaning of the word black, which according to science means death. See question number 87. And the common fact that just because the true starved African American scholars, colloquialisms, connotations, and misuses of European words does not alter their true meaning. For example, the word black means death or negative for all of history until the 1960s Black Power movement in America. Since then, they have given it the reverse connotation of life and positive. Still, everywhere else in all nations, in all lands, Black is just a word, which means death. Yet the most brilliant of the miseducated Black intellects apply this word to themselves and children without serious inquiry. But only in America, the only place on earth where Black people have been lawfully made and produced for 4 centuries. Anyway, back to the Ten Commandments. Most modern biblical scholars avoid trying to explain why virtually all the laws of the great God were given to olive-skinned peoples, mostly in Africa, originating in the higher elevations of East Africa, from the Upper Nile to Sheba, parentheses Ethiopia, or from the mountains of the Holy Lands to Africa's Kushite Peninsula called Arabia. Parentheses separated by the European artificial waterway, the Suez Canal, dredged in 1869 but nationalized by Egypt in 1956. All of the prophets which transmitted the words of God were African or Asian nationals, from Adam to Muhammad, with nearly 2,500 in between, including Moses, Abraham, David, Solomon, and Yehoshua. See the Garden of Eden. As for Moses, one must remember he was Hebrew born but raised as an Egyptian adept master, not as an ordinary Egyptian, but in the highest Kemethian nobility of the pharaohs. Naturally, Moses received all the instructions of the adept Egyptian mystery system because he was being groomed to become a pharaoh. Durali enlightened the Moorish Americans to be the principles of the Ten Commandments, the foundation of thou being the principal addressee instead of I. The old-time religion taught I, self, Lord, and master. Islam. Islam equals peace. The Egyptian constitution of Maat governed with the word I to include the first persons of me, mine, my, we, and ours. The Greeks, Romans, and King of the James boys translated the Maat I to thou to feature the second personages of thee, thine, thy, ye, and you. Through these quote-unquote revised versions to the principle, Roman, parentheses European, rich lived, while the poor suffered and died, to receive their rewards in the sweet by and by. Moses, Abraham, and Sharif Abdul Ali were all Egyptian adept masters. They were born unto various African tribes, but their degrees of prophethood were all founded upon the ancient Egyptian mystery system of self-mastery. The deification of God and man here and in the hereafter. When Moses introduced the tablets of laws to the nations of Israel, they were pure and did not contain any other God before the one found within. Quran, Surah 7, Ayat 145. In Palestine, where Greek had been made the national language, it was the pale-skinned people who titled themselves God, meaning ruler of the land, question number 93. And other people were thou. Contrary to Western beliefs, the great God did not write the Bible. It is translations by European Greeks, Romans, and Englishmen from pillaging the tablets of African prophets. Nowhere is it written where King James or his kinfolk, parentheses Frank and Jesse, went to Allah and got the words ordaining them to write the Bible. All true and divine prophets, whoever left the book, say where and when they received the words from their God, because most of all sacred writings were handed out in stages from the ancient mystery system of Egypt. Albeit the Bible was never ordained to be, where is its prophet, its God, and where did it acquire the word holy? And since truth is immutable and will make men free, why has the Holy Bible as the Word of God been changed over 315 times with over 2,000 versions? In 1700s, the York and Scottish Rite Orders of Freemasonry established this principle of the Ten Commandments as the absolute requirement for initiation into its secret society. Freemasonry, built upon the murder of Hiram Abiff, parentheses ancient African wisdom, was designed strictly for free white men by free white men. With the commandments firmly in place, members could assume the attributes of quote unquote God, and all others were outside in their quote unquote profane world. Basically, every Mason must recognize the lodge and fellow members as purity by swearing, "So help me God," upon demand. Needful to say, these principles of the Ten Commandments were later brought to North America and written into the Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution by the same Masons and upheld by the Pope. These are the biblical and lawful reasons why the Moorish will never be free as a pure and clean nation while under the Roman yoke and law. It was designed for Europeans to rule while the Moorish suffer and die, trying to be other than themselves, but not knowing how or why. The Egyptian commandments before Moses. The ADEPT Egyptian mystery system not only included all the sciences of geometry, medicine, astrology, etc., but also laced with the character building lessons of perfection. These lessons were of self-mastery and focused on developing the God powers which are dormant in every human. Among these sacred laws were the 42 declarations of Ma'at of the Kmetian Constitution. These became the principal laws of purification for the initiate to reach deific life. The foundation of these was to honor the father and the mother, that your days would be longer upon the earth land which the great God has given to you. The 42 declarations of Ma'at listed in this chapter can easily be identified with the Ten Commandments through Moses, except they were written nearly 2,000 years before he was born. Also exceptional is the Greek, Roman, and English translations from the personage of I and self and replaced with thou and thee. There's a world of difference between what I have not done as opposed to the Europeans' biblical misnomer of thou, parentheses, you shall not do. The English word thou is an ecclesiastical prose meaning a person or thing addressed outside of the principle, whereas I is the principle. The results are devastating because where thou shall not kill, it leaves ajar the door for the first person to kill without atonement. Today, it is mind-blowing for the Moors to think in terms of themselves as gods or fruits of the great God. Nevertheless, blow it, because the minds they blow are not their own anyway. Remember, no finite mind can comprehend things infinite. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1. It was their forefathers who established the first religious creed, parentheses, old-time religion, and they could not have accomplished this unless they themselves knew the great God in all his infinite glory. When they, parentheses, the ancient African forefathers, wrote the Constitution of Ma'at, it was based upon the knowledge that sin lies in the wish, in the desire, not in the act. Before sin can be committed, I must be the understood principle. Without due consideration to the God principle, then all men will suffer the same fate as did Adam and Eve, the mothers and fathers of the human family. See Adam and Eve. Compare the articles of the Constitution of Ma'at to the biblical Ten Commandments revealed through Prophet Moses and Egyptian Adept Master. These laws of the Nile were established in the kingdom of God nearly 2,000 years prior to the tablets, parentheses, Torah of Moses. And at this time, I'll turn the meeting into the hands of our Consul General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey. Islam. Islam Moore, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Gratitude, Goddess. I was just reading. Yes, I want to say gratitude, Goddess, calling me. And Dr. Marvin Ellis B. out of the Texas Consul. Praise and honors have been given. And I begin. The Constitution of Ma'at. I have not done iniquity. I have not robbed with violence. I have not stolen. I have done no murder. I have done no harm. I have not defrauded offerings. I have not diminished obligations. I have not plundered the nether. I have not spoken lies. I have not snatched away food. I have not caused pain. I have not committed fornication. I have not caused shedding of tears. I have not dealt deceitfully. I have not transgressed. I have not acted guiltfully. I have not laid waste the plowed land. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not set my lips in motion against any man. I have not been angry and wrathful except for a just cause. I have not defiled the wife of any man. I have not defiled the wife of any man, repeated twice. I have not polluted myself. I have not caused terror. I have not transgressed, repeated twice. I have not transgressed. I have not burned with rage. I have not stopped my eyes against the words of right and truth, parentheses, ma'at. I have not worked grief. I have not acted with insolence. I have not stirred up strife. I have not judged hastily. I have not been an eavesdropper. Repeat twice. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not multiplied words exceedingly. I have not done neither harm nor ill. I have never cursed the king. I have never fouled the water. I have not spoken scornfully. I have never cursed the nether. I have not stolen. I have not defrauded the offerings of the nether. I have not plundered the offerings to the blessed dead. I have not filched the food of the infinite, neither have I sinned against the nature of my native town. I have not slaughtered with evil intent the cattle of the nature. The Ten Commandments. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house or wife. Carefully note the change of principles in the King James Biblical Version. Needful to say, based upon the principles of the Ten Commandments, authors of the Bible distribute these laws of the land into every court, lodge, church, home, prison, and school and hotel room. This makes every red-blooded American accountable to knowledge of the law of thou shalt not. Meanwhile, the rulers and the rich fleece citizenry with justifiable homicides of poor, economical rape of the working class, and coveting the wealth from neighboring countries. This too is justifiable religion, and the same gods which own the poppy fields and distribute cocaine into the urban interiors of the land are the same gods which punish both the dealer and the addict for their having another drug, God, before them. The same gods that manufacture weapons of destruction and sell them to the common people are the same that locketh up thou ass for the use of them. Today, in the various courtrooms of America, blacks are bewildered into a stupor as to how can they, Europeans, steal, kill, covet nations, and even serve other gods before the Creator. and forgive themselves with a slap on the wrist while we go to jail, big time, or executed. Little do Negroes realize the answer rests upon the principles of the Ten Commandments in our Holy Bible. In the European cultures, the judges are exalted. The judges are exalted forms of wishful masters and honored as gods. See Freemasonry. Therefore, it should not be considered as an unsolved mystery when the laws of the G are enforced with thou goeth before him. After all, every thou, y'all, you all, is taught the Ten Commandments from childhood. Hence, this gave rise to the phenomenal warning known throughout the Christian world. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, because y'all, thou, have been commanded exactly what thou shalt not do. Up in here, America. As I can pronounce it, This brings to light a modern day legal upheaval of fur and feathers about the 10 of the 42 laws old man Moses stole from the 42 of the ancient Kmetian constitution. Did you hear about the European chief judge for the state of Alabama who raised quite a national stink about the constitutionality of his 2,000-pound pet marble statue of the Ten Commandments not to be moved from the public state courthouse? That was in the summer of 2003. He even threatened to chain himself to the heavy stone before he would let some Yankee politician remove the words of God from the state government's building, and had rallied thousands of supporters that agreed with his conviction. However, in it this author's firm suspicion that if anyone had really wanted to remove that rock, the good judge had been slipped. The true African and history of his beloved Christian commandments, he would have ran, foaming at the mouth, and personally sledgehammered the graven image to fine powder. The Ten Commandments. The demise of Egypt. The question is often asked during the constitutionality of Mayat, the commandments and the sacred institutions of the Egyptian mystery system, with all the world's first wisdom, philosophies, and civilization. How could Egypt allow itself to be conquered by Greeks, Romans, Arabs, French, and British? Over the past 2,300 years, these invading empires have taken turns at raping Egypt, destroying her intellectual and historical resources, knowing Egypt was the light and held the keys to civilization. But why did the great God forsake the cradle of the human family? How could the combined Kmetian upper and lower kingdoms fall victim to these lesser gods, the lesser godmen? Finally, there is no one answer to this line of inquiry, but there is a great answer among the many. It lies within Kemet's holy instructional system itself. Dryly states, of those who the sons of men have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as ruler over themselves, the scepter of power is placed in thy hand, but not for thyself, Egypt, were these ensigns given, not meant for thine own, but the good of thy kingdom. Most Holy Quran 29, 1 through 2. The strength of Egypt was in its heart. It must be remembered Kemet, Egypt, represents the gnosis of a Mexican's Akubalan, or Africa. Origin and divinity of the human family. First civilization and cultural empires founded upon man's harmony with his creator. Established of all sciences, medicines, mathematics, astronomy, botany, philosophy, jurisprudence, art, dentistry, surgery, architecture, and literature and religion. Remove the above from today's European countries, for example, America, Canada, England, Britain, Australia, Germany, Greece, Italy, etc., etc., etc. And this entire world as we know it would crumble into utter darkness. Wisdom, which is the consciousness that man and Allah are one, Most Holy Quran 7:23, was given to the early Prometheans by the physical man Adamites, Nubian Moabites. Then temples, sacred schools, and universities of holistic life sprung up from one end of the Nile to the other and throughout Egypt land, producing prophets, angels, and men of wisdom and sciences. However, there was just one thing wrong to the Egyptian mystery system with its deification curriculum. It was ultimately confined predominantly to the rich, the rulers, for example, the pharaohs, elite, ambassador initiates from foreign lands, and people of means. These teachings were restricted, even forbidden from the common people, for example, the poor, handicapped, slaves, lower class, aliens, undesirables, John Doe citizens, etc. Although it must be remembered the average lifespan of Cometians was 30 years of age. The Holy Prophet Drew Ali revealed this as a great failing in our histories, as the enmity between the lion and the lamb. The lamb is the poor people, the lion is the rulers and the rich. More so the Quran 46:3. Speaking of lambs, most theologians fail to point out the ignorance of the lamb. Excuse me. Yes, it is true that lambs are humble, meek, gentle, and even cuddly, but lambs are also dumb until they would be extinct if it weren't for a few self-employed shepherds. Then again, ask any wolf. Either shepherd or wolf will tell you that a predator can attack a flock of lambs, devouring one lamb from the flock per day until the entire flock has been consumed. It is in the nature of the lamb to be as stupid as it is innocent. Therefore, although the remaining lambs witness its own demise, the flock will remain in the dining area until the last rack of lamb has been served. Wonder why most black preachers, who happen to also be Masons, are dubbed as shepherds, and their black Christian congregations are called flocks, lambs. When it comes to enemy invasions, lambs are simply not prepared to defend against the majestic lion. These lessons of the oneness of God and man were originally assigned to the first family, created in the garden in East Africa, Genesis 2:7 to through 15. Their very first instructions were to eat only the deific and leave the compound tree of good and evil alone, Genesis 16 through 17. See Adam and Eve. But later, in his fall, man reinterpreted these orders to mean greed, make babies, and acquire human knowledge. It was during this portion of the fall of man when the survival of the fittest became the law of the earthland. They were supposed to discipline the will of all men. Later, ever so often, the Egyptian adept graduate, for example, Moses, Melchizedek, Abraham, Solomon, David, and Yehoshua, would violate the secret of the blessed and peculiarly favored, then would attempt to teach these saving powers to fallen humanity. Usually as carnal man not wanting the light, these prophets were rewarded with heavy doses of misunderstandings, exile, and death. Moreover, by their very own nationals of whom they had come to save. The adepts and gods of ancient Kemet knew the public was unstable and ungrateful. Man must be given the truth in degrees according to his consciousness at that time. However, the pharaohs developed secret brotherhoods to withhold these truths. During his illustrious life, Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, knowing the opposition to truth embedded in the minds of his Moors, appealed to their Christianized state when he wrote on page 3 of his Holy Quran, "These lessons are for all those who love Yehoshua and desire to know his life, works, and teachings. Also, how the father can set their house in order, and the mothers are to teach these lessons to your little ones." Today, man still believes the truth is not for everyone, but that is not what Allah has said. But that is not what Allah has said. Here in America, the European has patterned their educational system upon the identical format as the ancient Egyptians. Harvard, European from Harvard, Yale, private academies, and prestigious halls of learning are for the notables and wealthy. Meanwhile, the public and parochial schools, under the guise of these sheepskin rulers, are programmed in continuing miseducation of the masses. The knowledge of self has never been on the educational agenda of the American school system. This is the complete circle of how the ruler and the rich so loved the principles of the Ten Commandments because it allowed the rich to live while the poor still suffer and die. Also, this shows the origin of the exoteric, big I, little u principles being practiced worldwide today. See Freemasonry. It also is an explanation why all the Egyptian conquerors sought first to put out the light in Egypt. Because of its being the capital to the dominion of Africa and having the keys to civilization, Egypt was and is the light of the world. When the light truth goes out in Africa's Egypt, all of humanity is blackened into the cares of the world. More so the Quran 47. This is why Noble Drew said, "I am the fifth and last prophet. I am 5 times more powerful than I was before, because he brought the little open book to reveal all secrets to all men." See Morse Holy Quran, page 3, and Revelation 10. He brought the lessons of saving powers to all men, all nations, to be taught universally under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Morse Holy Quran, chapter 1 and 11. Then, and only then, will the lion and the lamb lay down together, and neither will be harmed when the morning comes. Morse Holy Quran 46:5. When this is done, America, the new Egypt of the West, will be the eternal light for all humanity, never to be extinguished again. Islam. Now we turn it back over to our instructor, Dr. Sidua Miki. I won't have it sexual. Islam.
Islamism. Can you hear me, grand man?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. I mean,
Gratitude. Islam, Islam, Islam. Islam, Moorish America, want to rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj, Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore, honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to give honors to all of the scribes, high priests, and high priestess on the manifest Egyptian adept temple scribe. We give honors to all of you for all of the work that you've been demonstrating, and we got a grand measure to bring on the manifest. I want to touch on a few points that were made in the Book of Fire. As our chairman told us that, the great God wasn't the one who revealed, the special book by writing, but it was man who received it from the great God, as he revealed it to that man, and he began to write. You see, so the great God wasn't the one doing the writing. It was brother Musa, or Moses, as they would say. Now, some people say, well, he don't exist and all this here, this and that. So what we like to do, we like to give our family some insight into this, and we're going to do this before we get into the aspect. We ain't going to go over a whole long, drawn out demonstration, but we want to point some things out, because in order to prove the presence of someone, in most cases, archaeology, is on the manifest with analogical reasoning as well. You got common sense. You know what I mean? And so we know all of our scribes on here is demonstrating the epitome of wisdom, so we know better. That's why we do better. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share my screen real quick just to show you some brief things in reference to what we were just dealing with. I'm going to share the whole of the screen too. Okay, that way we make sure we sharing everything. We ain't got to keep going back and forth. So this is the particular region where Moses, was said to be. For those who don't know, now it is referred to as Sarabat El Kadim. See, most people get thrown off when you change the name of something. You see, it ain't strange. They're talking about the alphabet, the Phoenician alphabet, hieratic, and everything else, which we dealing with hieratic or the metal Re En Kmt now. But in this area, Sarabat El Kadim, it states, and this is the Arabic name of it, because they are the ones in possession of Egypt right now, right? It says the pronunciation is Sarabat al-Kadim, also transliterated Sarabat al-Kadim, 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 is the locality in southwest Sinai Peninsula, Egypt. It says where turquoise was mined extensively in antiquity, mainly by the ancient Egyptians. Archaeological excavation initially by S. Flinders Petrie revealed an ancient mining camps and long-lived temple of Hathor, Het-Heru, for those who don't know. This is where your Hajar come from in all actuality, or Hagar. It states, the Egyptian goddess who was favored as a protector in the desert regions and known locally as the mistress of the turquoise. It states the temple was first established during the Middle Kingdom in the reign of Sesostris I and reign 1971 BC to 1926 BC. These are Gregorian dates, so don't hold us to them. It said, and was partly reconstructed in the New Kingdom. It begins to talk also about Proto-Sinaitic script, which is basically considered the first inscriptions in that particular region, that a lot of the modern alphabet that is also known as Proto-Canaanite, Paleo-Hebrew and all these things are found here, Phoenician and so forth and so on. This is actually the same script that they used to come up with their so-called hieroglyphs, even though they try to tell you something else. But we got something for that this morning. Ooh wee, boy, they think this thing finna get real serious. So these are remains of the temple of Hathor, a Serabit El Kadim. Now we remember a description in the Piscean records of them talking about them worshiping a golden calf. You see? And the reason being is because you got to look right here. If they crossed over, the Reed Sea, as they like to call it, right? The Suez Canal is the Gulf of Suez, is what they call it, right? And they went into Serabit El Kadim, right? Now we are seeing some overlap of ones actually leaving Kemet and going over here. How do we know this? Just by looking at the relics that are found there. This is Serabit El Kadim, and look at all of this stuff up in here. This is the Mount Sinai region that Moses was in, according to the record. Now, I don't know about nobody else, but we already showed you this right here, because that's on the actual portion. You see that right there. It got a lot of, grand metal net inscriptions. However, the alphabet that was demonstrated by the Israelites, though it was taken from symbols and made into an alphabet, it wasn't the same symbols in the alphabet exactly that the European began to demonstrate, but nevertheless, they did create an alphabet from symbols, the same way that the European tried to demonstrate, but they didn't demonstrate them in the way the European demonstrated. So we see older glyphs. I'm trying to pull up some more pictures. This is one right here. And this is in Serabit El Kadim. Now, this is not Egypt or Kemet, but all of them tablets still at the ground over here. I'm just showing you. You get a chance, you can go deeper into it. Look at them. These are all tablets. They got inscriptions on them just all up through there now. This is where Moses was at in this region, Mount Sinai region, right? We can actually see, even looking at it from another view, we can see the mountains and stuff up there. So the key is that if Moses went up here, it ain't strange, because it's a lot of tablets of law that's still standing up. Some of them laid over to the side, broke down and whatever. But nevertheless, this is where the Israelites end up worshiping the calf. In fact, to even make it more plain to you, we're going to go here just briefly and prove to you a whole nother measure. Now, this is where it tells you that in the Piscean records, the Most High judged Egypt. He said he was going to set the Egyptian against the Egyptian, and they're going to fight each other. They're going to kill their brothers. Everybody going to be against their neighbor, city against city. The spirit of Egypt shall fail, which means that they had been in a high spirit at one time if they fell in the midst thereof. And he said he was going to destroy the counsel thereof. And, they shall seek to the idols, which means that originally they wasn't into idolatry, and to the charmers, and to meet them with familiar spirits and the wizards. And he would also give them into the hand of a cruel lord, and that is none other than Hyksos that came into Egypt. You see, that's when they talk about a pharaoh that Joseph didn't know and all that stuff. A fierce king, a foreign king in all actuality, shall rule over them, said the Lord, and the water shall fail from the sea, and the river shall be wasted and dried up. They shall turn, it says, the rivers far away, and the brooks of defense shall be emptied and dried up. The reeds and flags shall wither. You know, the paper reeds by the brooks, which what they make papyri with. It says, by the mouth of the brooks, and everything sown by the brook shall wither and be driven away and be no more. The fishers shall also mourn. It's going to be a famine in the land. You know, something going to be wrong with the Nile, in other words. You know, they that cast angle into the brook shall lame it, and they that spread nets upon the water shall languish. Moreover, they that work fine in the flax, and they that weave network shall be confounded. Papyri weavers, right? They shall be broken in the purposes thereof, all that make sluices and ponds for fish. Now, we already know that slavery is a divine issue. So when the great God Allah come in there, you done did something wrong. Surely the princes of Zon are fools, the counsel of the wise counselors of Pharaohs is become Brutus. How say ye unto Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise and ancient king now? How you going to be able to say this after this wrath be on you? It says, where are they? Where are thy wise men? Let them tell thee now, and let them know what the Lord of hosts has proposed upon Egypt, right? The princes of Zon, for those who don't know, this goes into the realm of, you know, Heliopolis and so forth and so on, have become fools. Prince of Note are deceived, and they have seduced Egypt, even they that are the state of the tribes thereof. You know, it says, the Lord have mingled a perverse spirit in the midst thereof, and they have caused Egypt to err in every work thereof, as a drunken man staggered in his vomit. Neither shall there be any work for Egypt, which the head or tail or branch or rush may do. Now watch what it says. In that day shall Egypt be like unto a woman, and it shall be afraid and fear because of the shaking of the hand of the Lord of hosts, which he shaketh over it. It says, and the land of Judah shall be a terror unto Egypt. Everyone that maketh mention thereof shall be afraid in himself because of the counsel of the Lord of the hosts, which he hath determined against it. This is the key right here. In that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan. Hence what is called Proto-Canaanite, right? Proto-Sinaitic, Paleo, Hebrew is what they like to call it now. It says, and swear to the Lord of hosts, one shall be called the city of destruction. For those who don't know that, we got the dictionary showing you the pictorials that they was demonstrating with. So we notice, you know, we're speaking of 5 cities in the land of Egypt speaking in this particular language. It say, in that day there shall be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof. You know, that's the pyramid and obelisk that's being referred to here. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they shall cry unto the Lord because of the oppressors, and he shall send them a savior and a great one, and he shall deliver them. See, a lot of people don't talk about this. And Moses was not sent to Egypt. He wasn't sent to deliver Egypt. He was sent to deliver the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So we see that the Egyptians was going to be placed under a cruel king. The Israelites was going to be right there with them, you know, under the same rule from what we see right here. And people are confused because they think, well, the Egyptian enslaved the Israelites. No, both of them was being enslaved by a foreign ruler. See, that's the greatest secret that people don't know. But if they knew that, they wouldn't be going to war with each other and beefing with each other, because Egypt is being accused, the true Kemites are being accused for enslaving, you know, the Israelites, when it's the Hyksos that was enslaving both of them. So when we go into this particular history right here, and that's a bridge that'll unite our people if they get hold to it. If we look at what was demonstrated from that particular point, family, we see the great God Allah place his chastisement on the Egyptians just like he did the Israelites when they got out of line. You know, so that lets you know the great God Allah don't play when it comes to executing that justice. So this was Kemet time to get it. But let us keep going. Listen to what it says. It says, the Lord shall be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord. You see, it says, in that day, and shall do sacrifice, oblation. Yeah, they shall vow unto the Lord and perform it. So here's the Egyptians now, returning back to their righteous station. And they're saying they're going to basically make a vow to the great God Allah, and they're going to perform it. And the Lord shall smite Egypt. He shall smite and heal it. See, this is the part they don't tell you about. They like, the Egypt was here, Egypt was condemned, Egypt was, but they don't tell you that Egypt, went through their chastisement like Israel went through their chastisement. And he healed it. He didn't even spare Moses for doing what he did according to the book. He couldn't even go into the promised land. So the great God Allah was definitely, he wasn't playing with that law. Like Prophet Noble Ali say, my own mama ain't right, she can't get by. But Allah meant that. So nevertheless, he smited Egypt and he healed it. That means it was a chastisement for a small time period. And he was going to bring them out of that. And they shall return even to the Lord, and he shall be entreated of them and shall heal them. This is Kemet now. In that day there shall be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrians shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt. Now you say, okay, well, Israel's supposed to be the chosen. Well, right here, Israel is considered the third in this particular measure, Isaiah 19. And with the Syrian, even a blessing in the midst of the land. If you don't believe it, listen to what it say. Whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people. Blessed be Egypt, my people. Wait a minute, I thought they were supposed to be the heathens, and they wasn't covered under no covenant or nothing. Blessed be Egypt, my people. Is this a different supreme being that's talking here? Am I missing something? And Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance. And that's where they became in as the third. So basically all of them, Assyrians, Israelites, and Egyptians was basically getting it up under the Hyksos, them foreign rulers. And the great God Allah basically, sent Kemet a savior, which I truly feel that particular one that is sent to Kemet didn't come during that time. He came during our time. He was Prophet Noble Ali. That's the one that has redeemed Kemet, Egyptian adept master. And we finna prove that to you in a minute. So nevertheless, getting into this particular history, knowing that Moses crossed over, we can tell because Kemetic relics are in this particular region. How did they get there? Unless somebody went over with a Kemetic knowledge and took them there. You see, now you can debate all you want to, but all the evidence, even along with the language of Canaan, which is in the same region, all that evidence. And don't let me mention these here. We talked about the turquoise mine. See, we're going to stop. We done showed this a couple of times. We ain't going to go all the way into it. But they got the Hezekiah seal and they got the Jezebel seal. And it has, what is called Paleo-Hebrew, which is similar to actually our Moabic language that we have because we come from this particular drawing. You can see some of the alphabets are very much like. So this is a bust from a 727 to 697 BCE dealing with kings. And this is all dealing with turquoise art here. See, that's turquoise right there. Remember they talked about the turquoise that was found over there? You see the scarab beetle and everything on these particular seals with the Ankh. So how did Israelites get that into their measure? And the same thing with the seal of Jezebel, the seal of Yaqub Har, Yaqub or Jacob as they like to call it. All of these things are evidence of an Israelite presence, over there in that area. Also the Kemetic influence in that same region of Sarabat al-Qadim. So I encourage our family to do deeper research on that right there. So this is for those who think that there's no Moses to exist. The evidence from the archaeological standpoint say that, because they say Israel wasn't there they wasn't existing and they didn't come through there. Well, that evidence is showing different, family. So we want our people to do their own research and really look into this when you get a chance, instead of just believing what I'm saying. Do your own research. So I don't deny, that these men existed or not, because I got other information concerning Yehoshua and a couple of more of the prophets. And so my thing is Prophet Noble Drew Ali exists. I know that for a fact. You can't deny that. You can make your mind fry anything, but you can't deny that Prophet Noble Drew Ali existed. So, and that's the most important thing, because this is a new era in time now. We in a new era in time now. So what I'm finna do right now at this particular point, I'm finna share my screen again. I just want to refresh it, because sometimes I be thinking I'm sharing and I ain't sharing it. Okay, so this is where we get into our measure this morning. We getting into this Re En Kmt. We got some tools for our family. This is one of the grand drawings, family, that we have on the manifest. This is a very powerful demonstration. I actually clipped this yesterday, and I did a Facebook post. I'm gonna show you what I have here. Let's see if it open it up. Okay, and we're gonna go into my page. Let's see here. We'll go right here. Come on now, what you doing? Open up. Open sesame. And I posted this yesterday. And it's very important that we get a drawing. And I was saying here, I said, there you have it, family. I said what Gardenia and most Egyptologists did was conceal the primary source material. Do you know that we've been working with the primary source? Because you always hear people talking about, we want to see the source. But guess what? All this hieratic papyri that I got over here, and a lot of these PDFs that I have showed the Moors time and time. This is primary source material, family, which means that it basically is the origin from whence everything else comes. It's the source. So what he did is conceal the primary source materials. Like I've been saying the whole while, they hid the hieratic under the pictures, and we got proof of it, family. They in trouble now. Goodness gracious. And publish a remix of the transcription in the hieroglyphs. Truth has indeed been blinded by falsehood, and you're going to see why I said this in a minute. As a result of these practices, shaking my head, we got them. Game over. The hieratic has always been the original source of the writings of ancient Kemet. Now, this ain't no outlandish claim. Now, I got the document, the full document of this. I'm going to go into it in a second, but I'm just giving you this excerpt right here, confirming what I just said. Gardenia, 1932, represented the world's first publication, of BM10 682. Let me show you BM10 682, what that is. This is the actual relic. It's the papyri, really. I actually already got it open, so I don't have to go there. And this is coming BM mean British Museum, by the way. You see that? And there it is right there, 10682. This is the Chester Beatty papyri. We're going to get into some of this. Notice it's called The Tale of Truth and Falsehood. Oh my God. And boy, it is, we dealing with some truth and falsehood strangely mixed. So this is the original source material. This is the primary papyri. You don't see no birds in there. You don't see no animals in this demonstration here. So if this is the original papyri, then what happened to this original papyri? We know it's there. It's still over there in the British Museum. But where did they come up with these pictures from? Now, we've been harping on this for a long time, family. Oh, yeah. Let's go back. That's it. BM10 682. In that work, Gardenia included 11 late Egyptian literary works as texts. This is for those of you who say Kamisha made this stuff on his own. He's in the autodidacticism. You know, we're a little self-taught to a little degree, but we still standing on the shoulders of those who came before us. So it says the text, right? Literary works as text, 11 transliterated in the hieroglyphs. Goodness gracious. How can you transliterate something in the hieroglyphs, though? You know, because the transliteration actually do with the ability to be able to speak it out. I'm going to show you what transliteration is in a minute, because I transliterated something. So it says consideration was given to the students in the arrangement of the text with this volume, and they are basically given in order of those having the fewest laconi. It says, in those whose contents are clear. Gardenia assessed these texts as good material for the beginner. Then it says, Gardenia 1932, and placed the story of the blinding and subsequent vindication of truth, which he did. Listen to what the language used here. A tale of two brothers in which the older brother, Ma'at, right? It says truth is blinded by his younger brother, Gertrude. Falsehood. Man, that terminology is submit. That's what happened when you fall. When you deal with the fall of man, you fall in the flesh. You know, the younger brother, you know, has blinded the older brother. We can look at this right here on the historical context. You know, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said the European is our brother in the Hadiths, right? So who it is that had control of this information that has blinded us, and it's the younger European come from us, you know. So they was the one that blinded the older brother, which represent our people, the ancient. Now, I don't know if they intended to do this right here, name this, pamper this, but it's very convenient at this time. But listen to this. It says, third, in his anthology, pardon self, it says, however, even though all of the texts, listen to this, included, let me see something here. Let me shut these notifications off, Morris Ken. We'll see. We'll let it go by. If it come up again, we're going to block it. So anyway, when we come here, it states, again, however, all of the texts included by Gardenia appear in hieratic, right? It says they appear in hieratic in the original manuscript, which we just showed you. And if that is the original, that means that's the first. Original means first. I don't know what somebody else trying. So if they're trying to tell you that anything else existed with pictures on it, we already know that's the pseudo. That's the pseudo. This is the original source material. So this is letting you know that anytime you find a hieratic manuscript, it is always the primary source. Keep that in mind. A lot of these people talking about they teaching metal netta and hieroglyphics, but they are going against the primary source because they are trying to accept what has been taught to them by the European. In other words, it says he published only the hieroglyphic transliterations. That's the transcription that he came up with without any photographs or facsimiles of the original hieratic glyphs. This is what all of them do. When you look at E. Wallace Bud's book, you see a bunch of pictures. You don't see no hieratic nowhere. All of them guilty of that. This is why we say they buried these original alphabet up under the symbols in the pictures. It says, thus, although Gardenia 1932 represented the first publication of the text BM 10-682, so there is no other before this, family. He had it and he chose to do it another way. It said it did not make public the actual hieratic text of the original source. Let me get that out of the way. Material. So for anybody out there that's in doubt now, well, we're going to just let you lay there. we're gonna let you lay there, you know. So at this point right here, Morris Ken, and this is just a snippet of that. I'm finna actually go into the document here. But this is important because the same people who came forth with this information in this document that we have right here, you know, is the same good brother that also, I want to show you this here, the same good brother that also was a part of the creation of our molar tool. And we got another tool, you know, that's also, it's more refined, you know, and all of them can be used together, but we're going to get to them in a minute. But this is the notes of the brother, Nagai Masakatsu. This is the brother, you know, he's an Asiatic, you know, and he the one that's basically been doing this here, this work, him and a couple of more of them, you know, on the hieratic, you know. So we've been saying it ain't been nobody out there doing the work, but this one has actually, they actually doing the same thing we doing right now. They just started and we just started. So we basically both doing the same thing. Something that those who claim to be Egyptologists and chematologists and into the metaneta ain't doing. We doing it. But listen to what he say here. He said in this introduction, he say, within research, Egyptology in the field of Egyptian language, when one wishes to study original documents written in the hieratic script, there's a tendency for scholars to use texts that have been transliterated into hieroglyphs, which we've been doing, because that's the only way we've been able to do it, right? Now he said, now listen to what he say here. He say, which should be called transliterated text, right? It say, as a primary sources, it says, this author saddened by this situation. You know, it says in research in Egyptology and Egyptian language has presented several papers on research in Middle Egyptian papyri based upon his first-hand study of actual hieratic sources. Nagai 2010, and 210B, 210C, 210. I'm pretty sure that's the years that he had been doing this research in certain areas, but I got some of the stuff here. So furthermore, I shifted my focus to a later period and conducted research on original hieratic texts written in late Egyptian and carried out research on a papyrus in collection of the British Museum. At present, based upon the data gleaned through that research, I am in the midst of creating a digital database consisting of photographs of actual hieratic glyphs, which we have that in our possession, right? You know, like I said, there's another one we're going to show to you in a minute. It's going to be a good tool for you Muslims. In this paper, I take up the hieratic papyrus BM10 682 that served as the primary source of this database. That's the papyri of Chester Beatty. Summarize my bibliographical and graphemic observations. You know, so he goes into the original manuscript, which is he said the publication of the original manuscript, the primary source used for this paper is a hieratic papyrus stored in the British Museum. He he cited again, you know, as far as dealing with the source, it is one of several original papyri that once formed the collection of Sir Alfred Chester Beatty, 1875 to 1968, and is one of the papyri that comprise what is known as Pap Chester Beatty II. The texts contained in the original manuscript were published in two works by Sir Allen H. Gardiner. So it goes into basically the same thing that I just read to you right here. You know, and this is a long document. I'm gonna get this over to our family, you know, after we get done. But he goes further into a whole bunch of measures, talking about the different styles of writing, sheets and pages, and you know, he do this a lot of times in a lot of areas. He talk about the lines, you know, the way people wrote, you know, and everything. But my thing is to give you a comprehensive drawing. You know, he talks about differences as well too in some of these glyphs. And I found this in some of my transliterated family. certain things have definitely been changed. And this is why we have a little problem here and there with certain glyphs, i.e. the confusion. See, he's showing certain things here that have been changed, from their original states. So he showed you how they did it, and he showed it to you parallel with also the hieroglyphics next to it. You know what I mean? So this is something that you will be able to study on your own. And we'll come across certain things. This is all a part of the research. He quote Moeller. We know he used Moeller's information to create this tool that we use online. So again, this is just one of the papers. There's many more in the British Museum now. This ain't the only one. Chester Beatty 2. Now, right here, I actually have a download, and I have been showing this to the people for a long time. This is the actual Chester Beatty papyri. See this right here? Because y'all you can't say we making this stuff up. Anybody else outside of this is pseudo. You see that writing right there on that cloth? That's a picture of the original papyri when it was rolled up. You see it? This is number one, papyri number one now. Them ain't no hieroglyphics, right? We gonna get into papyri of E.A.R.S in a minute. I'm just showing you this so that our people know. Now watch what happened here. See all this? This is all supposed to be the transliteration of this papyri in the English, right? They got it all in the English. But beneath this, you're gonna also see something else here in a second. Just give me 1 second. We done showed y'all this before. They go to original papyri right there. See it all broke up. We demonstrated this in the past, and this is why we were saying, like, how in the world? And there you go. There go your transliteration in the hieroglyphs, which we still don't see how you done transliterate because you can't pronounce that. So now that we know this is the original source material, anybody that deny that and accept this over that, let them do what they do. We ain't trying to convince them no more. You see? And they got papyri per papyri. Every time they come with a piece of the papyri, they come again with their hieroglyphics they done created in the place of that. Every time they come with a papyri, they come again with hieroglyphics in the place of that. And this goes on and on and on throughout the whole papyri. Now, you didn't see Wallace Budge them book showing you. They'll just show you this. They'll show you this right here. Exactly what you see. Let me rotate it real quick. So they'll show you this here, but they never show you this in their works. And it's a reason these papyri here in pretty good shape, man. Looking at the writings on it, that's something good to get into. We ran into some obstacles dealing with the E.A.R.S, but I got something for that too in a second. I'm just showing you this. So these are all Chester Beatty papyri. This is coming from that same source that we were dealing with. We got the number. We know where it was found at. We know who found it. We know who discovered it. So can't nobody deceive you on that no more. Unless you want to be deceived. Look at this. And it just goes on and on and on and on. My goodness. That's why I say this is a lifelong journey. But we laying the foundation with the work we doing. We're going to get something accomplished too. During this time. During the time of being on the manifest. Look at that. How y'all going to come up here and add on something when this stuff is all broke up in pieces in certain areas? Because you filibustering. And I said that on purpose, even though that really ain't a statement applicable, to the context in which I use it. I'm saying that basically you done went in here and filled something in that was busted up. That's what I'm saying. So nevertheless, yeah, there you go, family. You witnessed the remix. And remember, anytime you dealing with this papyri, this is primary source material. So the ones that been calling me pseudo, they the ones that pseudo because they pushing this. Because this is not the original source, but this is conjecture. You see? And what I'm saying is that these symbols, most of them, And I'm bold enough to make this claim. Being that they came into existence on the Ptolemaic, some of them, not all of them, I can guarantee you, family, that when they came up with their cursive hieroglyphs, you know, because you can tell this is real hieratic right here. But when they came up with their cursive hieroglyphs that look like hieratic, but it's actually written in this form, you know, I guarantee you a lot of that had to do with copying, and it was all a part of trying to adapt those letters to these letters, you know, and I'm gonna find it. If it's meant for me to find, y'all see I don't play. I'm gonna find it now. I'm gonna find that. This is really all we need to expose the naysayers, you know, for the madness that they've been out here teaching. So shame on those people that have been pushing that Eurocentric concept and not willing to do the work that we're doing right now. And it just go on and on, family. And I got other books like this, like 20, 30, 40 more. You know, same way. This ain't the only paper I got, family. So of all them books, and we showed it to you, you know, in the document dealing with Chicago University, the main university over here that's the authority in the Egyptian teaching. They tell you that the glyphs that people been demonstrating now, within this time, the ancient Egyptian wouldn't know what they was talking about. That's because they changed their own demonstration. But this is the actual book with the paper in it. You know, well, one was demonstrating. And they got a translation in here. Hold up, let me go back here. We ain't gonna tarry long. We just want to show you that when we be talking, we know what we talking about. You know, we ain't making this stuff up. This is not wishful thinking, family. It's written in stone, literally. You know, or in paper in this case. But see, these are things that are in here. This comes out of this chest of 80 papers. You know, spake her to Ened, be not vexed, his right shall be given to him who is in the right. And all that which thou hast said shall be done. Seth, the son of Nut, was angry with the Ened, and they said these words to Isis, the mighty, the God's mother. Now, you know, the thing is about, they say, well, if the gift didn't, they wasn't the original writing, well, then how you come up with being able to translate messages out of? Because it was the hieratic that they translated from. And it wasn't even the European doing it. We also found out that Champollion had Coptic priests when he dealt with his little decipherment of his Ptolemaicism, just like Budge had it. So they wasn't transliterating nothing. They took what them people gave to them. Just like if I ask somebody some words in Spanish and I don't know it, I write the word down, then I come up with the English equivalent to them words, and I begin to bring things on the manifest. That's all them Europeans did. But it was other people who actually you think the European finna get up in there and do all the research that we do and go, no, you know how they do it, just like a construction project. We gonna pay you to get it done. And sometime, you know, back during that time, you know, where they was infiltrating ones, we already know. We have history of ones basically, you know, letting it be known that ones was doing this stuff under duress. And then we had some sellout scribes too, of the Hyksos bloodline as well. We got to mention that too. That was also doing a lot of this work. You know, that's during the Ptolemaic time. You know, they let them live good. They was able to get up in the house with their new master, all the while that they was thwarting, you know, the original people. The Nubian were trying to get them up out of there, trying to get them off the throne. And they called them rebels. How they gonna be rebels when that's their place? You came in my house. I'm a rebel because I'm trying to overthrow you because you took over my house. How that sound? Goodness gracious. Okay, enough of that. Y'all got the source material, family. Anytime we dealing with this hieratic paper, that go for the paper of E.A.R.S or any of this paper, and I got a couple of them, and you finna see it in a minute. You know, any of this paper, this is primary source material. Don't you let nobody fake you out. All you got to do is study, you know, your material, and all is well. So we're going to get that to you as well. We got a couple of them, a lot of it. We ain't pulling up some of it. This is just another book. I just pulled this one up because this is actually one of the older books I had a while back. already. And since I pulled that one up, I might as well pull this up to just use the hammer repetition. And this is the admonitions of a minimat. It got a whole bunch of measures in here, to be honest with you. But anyway, this particular papyri, mainly, the main label of it is actually, and this is also in the British Museum, by the way. And that's who ones was in competition. It was them in composition. See, it says facsimiles of Egyptian hieratic papyri, right? And this is Budge in one of his versions that he have here. This is their research. They did, but they end up still putting pictographs out there in their books to deceive the masses. This is a pretty good drawing to draw some measures from, though, as far as being able to put things in order, so to speak. We'll get on that at another time, because it's going to talk about man and his occupation, gardenia signs. You know how they put them in there. So these are the actual drawings here. You see they got them numbered, wrote down. These are all pictorials. These are, the transcription, so to speak, right? So this is what you would normally see in the books, beside the translation. But when you come down into it, this is the original. See? They had it all the while, family. And all these people around here talking about that they speak Medu Neter but can't go into the hieratic. In fact, they say they ain't got to go into the hieratic. So that lets you know that we're dealing with lazy people. Look at this. We can go on and on and on and on and on. So they had these things in their archive, but they wasn't teaching them, not the breakdown of them, to the public. They was teaching the people that the hieroglyphics was the primary source. Upon investigation, I got a whole bunch of more of these, family. Like I say, this is not a fluke. This ain't just one or two books. I got at least 30, 40 more, if not more, of these same types of books, but different papyri. This is source material. So you can't get these lessons nowhere else. We demonstrating this in the Moorish American government right here. A lot of the people don't even know what they're looking at. And the reason why they don't know what they're looking at right now is because of the very fact that these so-called Egyptologists been out here, pulling your leg. And so now that set us back where we got to go through all this papyri right here, and we got to make corrections. You got people ridiculing Kemet based on some of the translation the European be giving, with some of that old freakish Greekish stuff they be putting off into the doctrine. And so anybody that will sit there and lay back and then call themselves Kemetic or Egyptian among our people and let Kemet be ridiculed like that, because you ain't got it in you to get out here and deal with no transliteration of the works, yeah, you don't really honor the ancestors like you say you do. You say you do. You attack me in the present, but you ain't attacking this European for some of that stuff they done translated. And they chose to put them words, and that ain't what our ancestors said. I'm going to show you a prime example. They chose to make things out the way they do. Everybody translating the text have to put certain things on the manifest to make it understandable. But, it's up to one how they chose to articulate what it is they bringing in the manifest. You can't blame nobody for that but the translator. But that don't change the fact the text, says what it says on its own without them. You see? That's their interpretation of it. But our people in Kemet have been condemned, as all types of demons and things because of the way people have taken the Roman stuff. A lot of this papyri, too, is shown by the Chicago University. Look, prime example right here. I can see what we call anaglyphs. And we're going to get into that in a minute too. That's head right there. That's dealing with time. You know what I mean? We going to get into it. That just jumped out at me at the moment. So yeah, you got all this papyri, family. I'm going to get that to you, Morris Ken. Look at that. Goodness gracious, it just go on and on and on. And we got other books like this. So hieratic is the primary source. That's what we need to know. This is another work that was demonstrated, and this was dealing with the papyri of Tori. You know, the star who appears in Thebes. You know, Thebes or Memphis. You know, this is in Kemet. You can see this is another one of our Asiatic brothers. These Asiatics, Japanese and Chinese, that's doing this here work. Hold up, didn't mean to do that. So he has a breakdown too here on dealing with some of the works, and he was dealing with some, and you see the brother here again, Masakatsu Nagai. You know, he was looking at the transcription of the hieroglyphs. Notice he's showing, you know, the hieratic, you know. So these are different drawings that the brother is giving. He's showing you the molar tool, you know, everything. We're going to get all this to our family. We ain't even got to the tool yet. Like I say, they doing the work and we doing the work. And as we are doing this work, I'm pretty sure much more will be brought on the manifest that will aid and assist us along the way. You know, because we need all the help that we can get when it comes to this information, you know, and being able to go into this particular area. This is something that is just beginning to be embarked upon. Okay. Here's another particular work the brother had, and this is dealing with the shipwrecked sailor. I know y'all remember us going over that. You know, a lot of that stuff was being demonstrated as well. You know, so he actually has a breakdowns on it. He shows man is very scholastic in the way he demonstrated. You can see how he created his molar tool. You know, he going into the corrections, you know, in certain things, talking about the strokes, you know, showing you everything here. So this is why sometimes we run into certain things that kind of give us a little trouble, because some of the things just simply wasn't demonstrated correctly. Even in them so-called trying to transcribe something into a glyph, they confuse things. And so the goal of this particular one is to get to the level to where we start looking at hieratic as opposed to looking at pictures. And we salute that one for that particular drawing. So we're going to get this over to the family as well. Now, we already sent this out to our Moorish kin here, but it's relevant being that we're dealing with them. I'm going to tell you why, because a lot of time when you're looking at the molar tool, it'll show you things, but it don't really tell you exactly where the papyri come from. And some you can make comparison with this document here. This is hieratic paleography, and it shows you where it's coming from. We're going to show you that it actually tell you in certain measures. That's what the new tool going to go into. And it's connected to the same people, family. They refining their tools. You know, so it's going to be something great to come up out of this. We know we use this stuff all the time. A lot of this can be found in the molar tool. You know, these different symbols and so forth and so on. They breaking down Gardenia's list and showing you where they all come from, but the hieratic versions of, you know, these measures. And then, you know, they had a cursive hieroglyphs mixed in there. So we got the eye to be able to discern the difference between them as well. It ain't strange I said eye and they showed the eye, huh? So this is powerful. You know, what one has to understand, though, about these pictorials is these pictorials are really governed, you know, and I'm going to show you something in a minute that's finna blow y'all mind as well. You know, there's another category in reference to the anaglyphs, you know, and these are analytical glyphs, and that's the real terminology one should be using instead of hieroglyph in certain cases. I'm going to show you why. But when you deal with, these pictures, they are really what you call the didactic art. What some people call sacred art. Meaning that, for example, when you see me show a brain, and I show the eye of Heru in the center of the brain, or the brain stem, in didactic art, we can see real time, things in creation, the organs of the body, the trees, and we can see certain things that correspond to them, as actual symbols. You see, we can see them as actual symbols. I'll give you a prime example of what I'm talking about. And this transcends alphabet, though, when you get into this particular area. And this actually come from a YouTube channel called Magical Egypt. I seen them do that. Honors to them for the work they did on that particular drawing. We're not trying to take their content and claim it as ours, in case one of them run across this video. We only utilizing it to confirm what we're saying. So this is called didactic art, and they call this the Venus of Willendorf. But this is actually, that which takes place in the brainstem, right? But then they had another one here, like we demonstrate. They demonstrate the same thing, the human brain at an axial view, and then you can see the symbol of the Atef crown in it. So this is where you get deeper than trying to make these symbols, bilaterals, trilaterals, or triliterals, or biliterals, and determinatives as just that, and alphabet. When you get into this, you get into science. You see? And they show them in many different cultures, not just Kemet, but, in other cultures, you can see this didactic art being expressed. It's just all over the place. The human brain. They showing the fused legs here, and they were like, this is Osiris, the medulla. You know what I mean? So ones, you should check them out on their little video. They got some grand drawings on them. Prophet say he gonna make the European tell the truth. So this the torso portion, correspond with the pawns as well. And this is just from the axial view, because from the side we see Heru, remember? Then we have the human brain, the olfactory nerves, the Atef crown, same thing we was talking about. So they had a couple of them demonstrations up there, Moorish kin. Again, this is the same type of science we've been demonstrating. Remember, we broke down the Lamas Brahmas, and showed you that the optic thalamus has to do with that which is within. So once we understand that, we can make a differentiation between symbols and alphabet and the use of pictorial symbols. Now, this is a particular work that I just found recently. I'm trying to find it. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I actually have I want you to see the cover of this. This is actually called the Egyptian Hieroglyphica Rudimentia. Actually, right here. This is the actual PDF too for this. You see that? Gustavi Sefariti. Or Sefariti. This is the Rudimentia Hieroglyphics. That's where this is coming from, for those who will want to know. So in this particular work, they got some pretty good drawings in here. One can actually take from some of these drawings and create an alphabet chart with them. The way these pictures are refined. It's an old work too. This book is old. I got the whole PDF downloaded over here. But you see they have a hieratic drawing down here in the bottom. Like I said, them look like they was produced a computer, like on a computer or something. The way they got them laid out there. Even though we know they didn't have computers back when this book was printed. So they're showing you all of these things. If you notice, they got symbols with little Hebrew mixed in there, everything. And you can go on and on and on. It's so many pages I end up saving them recently, right? You can see the hieratic up in there. You see what they call in hieroglyphs as well. See right here what they say here, though? They say Demotic. And this was actually saying Phoenician, but they ain't got but one phonetic Phoenician alphabet here showing you that it actually come from the same alphabets. They compare them, right? You see Demotic, hieratic, hieroglyph, and anaglyph. So you would think a hieroglyph and an anaglyph is the same thing, but there's a difference between the two. You know, there's a difference between a hieroglyph and an anaglyph, and I got breakdowns on this. If you go into Google Books and you look up hieroglyphs and anaglyphs, there's a lot of information out there, family, that's going to tell you. See this right here? Hieroglyphics, antique anaglyphics. So we got to know this as well. There it is again. Your hieroglyphic branch. See your hieratic here, demotic here, hieroglyphic branch, anaglyphic branch. And the reason I'm emphasizing this because this is finna tell you something. It's going to say the same thing I was just saying a few minutes ago. You have to study, you know, Pope Clement Alexandria writings, Plutarch. What's the other guy name? Apollo, in order to get a drawing off of what anaglyphs are. Wharton is also another who wrote on the anaglyphs. And they had disagreements in certain areas. Yeah, all this is coming from that one work. Like I said, some pretty cool symbols in there to take out if one wanted to actually make an alphabet chart and have some refined symbols to make it. You know, it's good for that. You know, but it's actually a book. So these are just the pictures from the books. You see the edges on the pages right there. So again, that's the book right there. This is an old book. You know, this is why I tell people, they like, why you be reading them old books, Commission? Because the old books is the one that got the stuff in it that you need to be looking at. And you can tell what they done changed when you look at the old stuff. I like to go back to the first document, the source material. You see, and a lot of them that be talking that noise or that mud, like the chairman say, you know, they ain't showing you nothing. They just running their beat. So let me come over here. Our people gonna learn, and y'all can't stop them from learning either. Now watch this. We get into our tools in a minute, but I want to show you something because I actually mentioned that was another post I did too. I said I challenge any Egyptologist to produce an alphabet chart of hieroglyphics that predate Champollions created by the native Kemites. And what I was saying there, because that's relevant too. Show me an alphabet chart of the ancient Kemites before the one that Champollion created. And that's another exposing, you know, one, and letting it be known. I exposed that here too. You know, where they was talking, this is a source I have as well, and it's talking about how it spoke of the hieroglyphics, which are called enigmatical, may be considered a division of the symbolical. You know what I mean? He knew this. They are more complicated and obscure kind, probably formed by the anaglyphs, allegorical sculptures mentioned by Clement of Alexandria. They appear to have been on bas reliefs or tablets containing mythological, historical subjects expressed in allegorical delineations, or implied by the figures of human beings with heads of birds and beasts, such as those with which Egyptian temples were filled, and among which we must rank the sphinxes, forming the avenues at their entrance. It says symbols such as these grouped. Let me blow that up a little bit. Symbols such as these, and the chairman touched on this in the reading that I more just demonstrated earlier from the Book of Fire. Symbols such as these, and combined according to certain rules, might be so disposed as to form an allegorical representation of the religious and philosophical doctrines of the Egyptians. None but the initiated was suffered to dive into these mysteries, and the key to them was kept exclusively in the hands of the priesthood. Didn't the chairman tell you that a lot of the language, was only known by the elite? That's the reason why it's so hard now for this generation to really get into these things, off the manifest without having to dig. You see, because a lot of this was only reserved to the elite, and that was to a certain detriment to a certain degree, because it was so well concealed, so to speak, by that priesthood, to where now it makes it difficult for us when we try to go back into it. But I trust that they had a good intent as to why they kept certain things off the manifest from them ones. And it was probably because they knew that sometimes somebody would come in there and try to steal it. Who knows? I don't know, but that's what make it hard for us now, I tell you that. As the ordinary style of the hieroglyphs must have been legible, it says, for every well-educated Egyptian, a more refined system was devised, a language more strictly ideographical was invented. Metaphors, similes, imagery, and allegory were embodied. It says in actual forms, in the links connecting the chain of ideas, it says thus expressed were implied either by the relative position of figures, their attributes, or their ornaments, so as to present to the eye of the initiated and the intelligible, and if such an expression may be allowed, a legible picture in what appeared to the uninitiated a incoherent tissue of extravagance. The images of the gods in sanctuary and the human being with heads and beasts with human limbs might be turned, says Champollion. It says letters of that secret writing, which consists of anaglyphs. So even he knew about the anaglyphs and enigmatic sculptures, which he called forming the fourth class of hieroglyphs. You see, he knew that this stuff was symbolic too, because he studied the work of Apollo. But they also said, even the people that was writing him said Champollion, they put a decree out there, watch that one, because he'll steal from you now. He'll steal your idea. That's what Thomas, what his name? I forgot his last name. The European that actually was the one that did the work that the guy Champollion claimed. Thomas Young. Yeah, that's what he said about the guy. Actually, his teacher. Even I think the Sassi. Yeah, that the European the Sassi. Champollion come up under him. Even he told the people, watch out for this one right here. So Champollion didn't have a real good reputation, family, to the people that was back during that time, even though he become the hero of these so-called Egyptolemaeus. So here's another measure, and I have the original book. I have this here as well. And a lot of time when you see me cropping, I crop because it looked neater, not because I'm trying to take the source out of there from where it come from. I crop it because it looked neater to do it this way here. But anyway, it says chapter 7, where my father brings out his denouement, right? It says, it is no use in the world, said my father, to know all the languages expounded in grammars and splintered up into lexicons if we don't learn the language of the world, right? It is a talk apart, Kitty cried, my father, warming it up. It is an anaglyph, a spoken anaglyph, my dear. That's what they say, a spoken anaglyph, my dear. They say, if all the hieroglyphs of the Egyptians had been ABC to you, still, if you didn't know the anaglyph, you would know nothing of the true mystery of the priest. So for those who trying to make the hieroglyphs into an ABC, you can learn Egyptolemaism all you want to under the Ptolemaic doctrine that was created by Champollion. You can do that all day. But still, if you don't know the anaglyphs, If you don't know how to analyze, if you don't know the Moorish American way, why I say that? Because Yehoshua entered the temple and he was told to contemplate upon the symbols. This is how you demonstrate with anaglyphs. Just like I just showed you the didactic art forms of showing you how these things expressed in the body and creation. If you don't know that, you can be around here talking all day talking about you trying to decipher some hieroglyphics. You know, it still ain't gonna do nothing for the people. When you talking about the anaglyphs and getting into the metaphysics and the allegory, you know, and so forth and so on, this is something that can be made applicable to your actual living. And even the one that's claiming they dealing with a decipherment and they honor that decipherment that was brought forth by the Europeans, say, I don't have to know Egyptian to know what I'm reading. So you just playing and wasting time. So again, still, if you don't know the anaglyph, if all the hieroglyphs of the Egyptians had been ABC to you, if you don't know the anaglyph, you will know nothing of the true mystery of the priest. And so that's what we here to teach. That which you can make applicable to yourself. Here's another one dealing with the anaglyphs. It says partly with anaglyphs, that is symbolical pictures made plain. Mustafa Gadala did a grand job, you know, in the Egyptian architecture and the metaphysical language of Egypt. He understood. Horapollo understood. Clement of Alexandria, Wharton, all the ones prior to the 19th century understood that this was metaphysics. Because when you take a symbol and you try to make it an alphabet, you actually taking value from it. Because at least when you look at the symbol and you see the metaphysics behind it, it has endless possibilities of one to learn and apply it to themselves. But when you say, okay, this is the letter A and the B, and you got people looking at it like that, you can't get no science up out of that. You make the ancestors look bad. So partly with anaglyphs, that is symbolical pictures which represented abstract subjects, the latter which it would be impossible completely to decipher, were probably the peculiar, mysterious language of the priests, which was intelligible only to the initiated, while to the laity, laymen, it represented merely the gods and heroes in the nimbus of respectful adoration. Yet these allegorical pictures had probably always certain connection with the hieroglyphic writings. Both had a number of characters in common, among which were symbolic signs in hieroglyphic writing. And I'm going to say something about this when you hear this term hieroglyphic writing. Of course, if you draw a symbol out and you draw it out on the paper, just as the hieroglyphs are seen in, you writing it out. But that don't make it a writing in the extent that you dealing with ABCs. You drawing this demonstration out, and this is actually a symbolical form of writing, but it's not an alphabet form of writing. Let's make that plain and understood. So don't get it twisted when you hear this term hieroglyphic writing, because that writing is a symbolic form of writing and not an alphabetical form of writing. Now that we're done with that right there. So you got to study these anaglyphs. I got a whole bunch, you know, on this anaglyph subject. You know, some of this we had went over a while back. This is another one here. We're making this known so that our people don't get it twisted. And this was, you had some ones going back and forth over this. It says, no doubt Mr. JD was referring to that portion of Reed's article, which he discussed the class of signs called anaglyphs by Champollion. Y'all see me quote Champollion saying this in the previous, one of the previous pieces of information I showed earlier. Champollion thought that the anaglyphs, though connected with hieroglyphic writing, were not true hieroglyphics themselves, but symbolic pictures employing hieroglyphic-like figures, i.e., this describes now the difference between what they call the pictorial actual expressions and then what they have in cursive hieroglyphs. Cursive hieroglyphs look just like anaglyphs, but Champollion tried to employ that cursive hieroglyph as an alphabet. The anaglyph are the pictures, but he say, but they ain't true hieroglyphic themselves. He knew. He's making a distinction between the cursive hieroglyphs and the pictures is what he doing. Employing hieroglyphic-like figures. He backed up his contention by pointing out that most of the figures which compose the anaglyphs are accompanied by small legends in true hieroglyphic writing, right? Which explain them. But Reed, borrowing Champollion's phrases, this is his antithesis, and reversing their meaning, says that the anaglyphs are the true hieroglyphic writing, as shown by the fact that they have legends written in phonetic signs near them, containing their signification. Reed adds that in spite of Champollion's discoveries, these true hieroglyphics still remain obscure, meaning ones ain't really been able to decipher, and probably will be so until an examination is made of them in a different spirit and manner on a different ground from the present. And boy, that's what we doing right now. We the one that's on the manifest that came forth to examine this demonstration in a different spirit, in a different manner, on a different ground. You see? So this one, Reed, know what he was talking about. He didn't know. He was prophesizing us to come in here and do this work. It says, if one points, it says that the metaphysical and scientific schools of interpretation disputed was the relative value of simplicity and complexity. It is clear from Reed's article that another point at issue was the relative value of mystery. Implicit in Reed's doubt that Champollion's phonetic signs were the true hieroglyphics was the traditional belief that hieroglyphics must contain the mysterious wisdom of the Egyptians, which is basically saying the same thing that I quoted earlier. So if it don't contain the wisdom of the ancestors, I don't care who you say came up with an alphabet base. They didn't do nothing different than what was done by the Canaanites when they created their alphabet from certain symbols. That's all Champollion did. And we know they come from Ptolemaic monuments, and then the actual relic that they took it from, this is the death blow, is actually the relic that's telling you what they was in there suppressing or trying to quell the original inhabitants of the land from uprising. And a bunch of sellout Hyksos priests, you know, and some people that was under duress as well, was the one that did something. You giving honors to that and saying that's worthy of the dealing with that? Come on, man. And we got to stop this madness. And this is the last one here. I keep telling you, I got source upon source. I have 40, 50 of these things. But it don't make no sense. After I say one or two, it should be over with. But sometimes you got to give it all to them. Pour the whole age of the water on them. You know, because if you don't, they ain't going to be purified. So anyway, it says Clement of Alexandria, Stromata. Clement was born in Athens around 150 CE, the son of non-Christian parents. At some point in his life, he converted to Christianity and traveled to Alexandria, Egypt, to study the Christian theology. In his work, Stromata Miscellaneous, probably written around 200 CE, Clement comments on the Egyptian writing system. Clement recognized the use of three different scripts: epistolographic, today known as Demotic, hieratic, and hieroglyphic, which he divides into literal and symbolic types. Then anaglyphs refers to the signs carved in the low relief on solid surfaces, the bas relief, right? Clement believed that the hieroglyphs express meaning symbolically rather than phonetically. But y'all think Commission crazy. Y'all think Brother Shaheed crazy when he tell you that. I'm pseudo with that, but this was the original teaching before or prior to the 19th century when Champollion came in with his Egyptolomaicism. Now remember now, when they entered Kemet, this was the 33rd dynasty i.e., this is where they get their 33rd degree from now. This was 330 BC. So you know the Masons have a field day with that. And this just so happened to be at the end of the last living native Egyptian. They cut into his rule, and his rule ended 360 BC. So they cut 30 years into the rule. 360 degrees, I keep telling you, that's a full circle of knowledge. And we know 33 ain't but a piece of the pie, not the whole pie. Or did I say pie was used to build the pyramids? Not that type of pie right there, you know. Islam. So it says that were only revealed to the kings and priests, right? He said they were symbolically rather, you know, than phonetically. In other words, they were symbols. They weren't meant to be taken phonetically. He also believed the hieroglyphs encoded mysteries. And I keep telling our family, these hieroglyphics have codes in them. We went into some of the gematria. We ain't even went into the gematria based upon these glyphs yet, but we went into it according to other alphabets, and that system corresponds with these particular measures as well if you put them in the abjad. So these have encoded mysteries. Remember, I just showed you the picture with the brain, and you see Al-Sa and the Atef crown all up in there. So these are the encoding measures of the mystery that you can make applicable to your life. You look at Kemet on a whole new level when you see these symbols this way. So it says that were only revealed to the kings and the priests, right? It says again, there's evidence that Clement had some correct notions of Egyptian. Demotic was the script used for everyday purposes such as tax, receipts, contracts, and so on. By Clement's time, hieratic was used strictly by priests written religious and ritual texts on papyrus. So anytime you're reading about the rituals and the religious expressions, stuff that you can actually live by in Kemet, these things are written in hieratic. I just showed you the Chester Beatty papyrus. You know, I just showed you, you know, the other papyrus behind that. You see what I'm saying? So these are things you can actually live. The Sabate teachings, you know, the Westcar papyrus, all these different things. The teaching of Tahotep, the precept papyrus. I got a copy of that too. I got breakdowns on these things now. So anyway, these was written for those purpose of learning, the religious texts. And the hieroglyphs were used for monumental texts on stone, but not in the aspect that people look at. We talking about metaphysical texts in the stone. We talking about allegorical, symbolic texts in the stone. So that's what they ain't getting because it ain't been taught to them, but we ain't gonna beat them up for it. We just want them to stop praising Rome so much and come home. So Clement was obviously familiar with the work of Plutarch. As a comparison between this passage, the excerpt from Plutarch above will show he was incorrect in his opinion that each type of script expressed a meaning in different ways. I beg to differ with that. One literally, one symbolically, and all three scripts were variants of each other and expressed meaning in the same way. You know, so, you know, they had their opinion, and a lot of them was in conjunction with each other. Some of them disagreed with each other. You know, but again, Wharton, you know, also had a measure dealing with the anaglyphs, but we ain't gonna go there. We'll let our family do the research. All you got to do is go to Google Books and type the master word in, anaglyphs, and that's what you have, you know. So I know I said that was last, but this is actually the last one. It says scripture of nature, a writing which would refer not to sounds of language, but to the things of nature and to the concepts of the mind. The Egyptian hieroglyphs were held to be such a script by many scholars from the 15th century to the early 19th century, because it's after the 19th century where your Champollions come into existence now. That's when everything takes a paradigm shift when it comes to this. Originally, everybody understood these things to be metaphysical, symbolical, but then they understood the hieratic to be the actual right. The Re En Kmt. It says, this explains the enormous interest which early modern Europe invested in ancient Egypt and its hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs were interpreted as natural signs or real characters, right? It says, which referred not to sounds, but to things. I wish a member would. God created the world as symbols and images, and the Egyptians merely imitated the creator. Their system of writing was held to be as an original and natural as Adam's language, which immediately translated God's creatures into words. Now, when you understand this here, remember I say hieroglyphics represent people, places, and things. Now we understand in the Grand Quran, and when it says Adam was taught the nature of things. Some people say the name in the Piscean, but the nature of things that he was taught the attributes and the characters. Go into your Moorish Holy Quran and you learn, that there are ethers in the native plane. And everything vibrates according to its ethers. But when you understand the nature of the ethers, now you can decode, decipher, transliterate the book of creation itself by looking at creation, studying yourself. When the prophet was telling you study self, really he was saying SULTANATE, know thyself. We can even say he was saying study the metanetta, because the metanetta is really just the lifestyle of the Egyptians that's frozen in stone. So if you look at yourself in your life, the things you come through and everything in creation around you, this is reading the book of creation. But guess what? If metanetta mean the language of God, well, who is it that's going to reveal the mysteries of creation to you if it ain't God? And that come through the God within yourself. So it says immediacy is the key word in this context. To quote Ralph Cudworth's definition, the Egyptian hieroglyphics were figures not answering to sounds or words, but immediately represent the objects and conceptions of the mind. This interpretation of the Egyptian hieroglyphs was based particularly on the passage of Plotinus. That's another one. So we got a couple of people saying this, family. Prior to the change in the paradigm shift, it says this is what Plotinus said. The wise men of Egypt, I think, I also understood this either by scientific knowledge or innate knowledge, and when they wished to signify something wisely, did not use the form of letters, which follow in the order of words and propositions, and imitate sounds and the enunciations of philosophical statements, but by drawing images, al-gamada, and inscribing them in their temples, one beautiful image for each particular thing. They manifested the non-discursiveness of the intelligible world. Every image is a kind of knowledge and wisdom and is subject of deliberation. And afterwards, others deciphered the image as a representation of something else by starting to form it in its concentrated unity, already unfolded, by expressing it discursively and giving the reasons why things are like this. Facts. So we see that you don't need no more. I ain't got to keep saying this over and over again, because our people got it now. They got it. So let us go into this grand drawing here, because we definitely getting ready to open up the floor to the scribes in a minute. We already know about this particular tool, the slate, as our family like to call it. This is actually dealing with hieratic paleography. And the way that you can use this tool, family, this would actually get ones familiar with the signs. I would use it simply as a sense of exercise, because all this is showing you the strokes, but they're showing them beside these different markers, so to speak. We can call them anaglyphs. We can call them the anaglyphs. So, these particular measures here, all you got to do if you wanted to deal with going into these, you can actually start with the document itself and just go down through it. Say we got U28. You see the hieratic paleography. You just go to U28, type it in. Hold up. Let me make sure I got that one. Should be. Yeah, that's what it is, U28. And I know it's here because I found it. Maybe I got to capitalize it. Let's see. See if it gives something different. Oh, I see what's going on up here. I got something else up in there. That's why it ain't reading right. There we go. So U28 gonna pull up the same picture, and then it actually gives you, DNA right here, right? Which is Jed, because you see the line under it. So if you come back here to the Slate document, it says Wajet, and it's actually isolating the D and the A here. So this is Wajet. You hear me talking about this all the time. And if you wanted to, go further, and just look up the Z1, then you just go to Z1. We did this before, but I'm just showing you a more refined way of going through it. Rather than trying to find things in it, you can use it to exercise your knowledge in the hieratic. So you just hit Z1, and once you pull up Z1, there you go. And it got different expressions in there. It's actually going to be a little further down here, though, in this special measure right here. And they didn't put the alphabet in here, but that's all right. Because when you go into the sleigh, you can see what's being put up here. So that's actually W and A, way. And then it's yo, this is stating out a whole name, but this is the portion. So S29, let's go there. And I'm going to show you something else now. I'm going to show y'all, unveil to you our new tool that we got. So we're going to send that out to our family too. S29. This is S29 here. See? And it brings it up. We know that's the letter S. But if you go further into this, it don't do it all the time. You can actually see Unkwajet Senev right here. So it's showing you the connection in the breakdown here. We can also see the same thing. Hold up. Right here, Senev. Just like if you go to the word Ankh, it'll connect you also to the Unkwajet Senev. That's a full phrase. And certain other measures, are the same way. So and you can just keep going through here and look at the hieratic letters on the side. And so you can become more familiar with the hieratic writings and the different strokes. And, this is a very extensive document. It's 129 pages, but it has like all of the main symbols, the biliterals, the triliterals, that you need, to find. All you do is just come here, just come through. This would be a good exercise to keep you abreast on the knowledge. Some of this stuff we done seen so much is jumping out at us now. But this next tool, we're going to go into the same drawing. We're going to actually use some of this to go into the tool. And this was created by the same brother who put this information, the Asiatic brother. Praise be to Allah. It ain't no European, so they can't say, oh, you using the European sources. You know how that go. But anyway, it was S29. This is the other tool, family. And boy, when I tell you, there you go. Click on the S29. And once you go into that demonstration, you see it pull them up. This is the one we're looking for right here. Now, the grand drawing is that if we click into the link over here, it'll isolate everything and take us into, the symbols. And wow, remember how we see all the dynasties? This is giving you all the dynasties that were used, and it lets you individually go into each one of these particular strokes. They all have a difference to them to a certain degree, and then they tell you where they come from. Some of that stuff is foreign, so you can take it. Most likely it's going to be German or German language or whatever. So you can take that and actually go into Google Translate and translate some of that stuff if you ever find documents like that. So it goes from the Old Kingdom, because they always trying to call hieratic Middle Kingdom. But in this thing, we have the proof that there was hieratic, and they actually calling them hieractograms. This is what they are referring to, these symbols as, which is good. Just like we just changed the determinative state, we're going to call them anaglyphs. henceforth, because I don't want to keep going back and forth saying these determined, and anaglyphs will be the good word that we will coin. And then this word, heritograms in relation to dealing with the hieratic alphabet and so to speak. So they have it from the 5th dynasty. They tell you where it comes from, the 6th dynasty, all the way up to this. Well, let's see where they stop at. But this S actually goes far. Ooh, it survived a long time. Goodness gracious. Man, that right there went all the way up to the time when the Moors, the Libyans, was running Kemet. Because that's what during the 21st dynasty and all that's when they was coming in. Even all the way up to the Greco-Roman period, Ptolemaic period, they had them. But this existed long before Ptolemies. So we go all the way back to the Old Kingdom. And that's that particular letter. That's S29, family. It get deep now. This tool is the truth here. This is a lifesaver when it comes to being able to look at all the various different expressions. You can do the same thing we did with Slay in your Egyptian paleography. We're gonna show you how to use this stuff even at an even greater rate in a second here. But this is it right here. You have G7. Let's see what G7 is then with this tool. So we go over here, we type in G7, and let's see what pop up. There it is right there. We hit it. Let's go in there, and then you can look at it on the side if you want to, but I like to click the link because it isolates everything. That way you ain't got to worry about it, and then it shows you the heritograms that are here. You see? So all of these are showing you. Remember now, look at this. This is starting all the way in the Old Kingdom, the 5th dynasty, coming all the way up to where they stop at. Oh man, they go real far. They go beyond the Roman period. So so that's good just to be able to see the Now notice when you get up here in the Greco-Roman period, they become more pictorial-like. But when you come back here, everything here is pretty much in the alphabet realm. You see? And now they throw this expression up here only for the sake of comparing it to this here. See, this is the anaglyph, and this is the hieroglyph that they come up with based on that. See, we got them. So again, like it's like endless possibilities, family, because it actually does this too. Let me see if it'll do it right now. Give it a second. Yeah, I think it's processing. I hope I ain't froze it up. So you can actually pull all of these things up here too. Where to just pull up all the signs of Allen Gardenia, and every one of these, there's a connection, in the hieratic, that you can look at, so praise be to Allah. We'll just say that it's all these tools, family. We got it here, and it goes on and on. They got it by the number. The dating is always here. So if hieratic exists since the Old Kingdom, it's been in existence for a long time. So yeah. Let's see here. It says southern plant. Oh, it didn't give a hit on that one. Okay. Sitting and squatting, pardon self. So yeah, they got everything in here, Moorish kid. They got everything. And this is what I was trying to do. Get it to here, where it show you everything, all the, everything together. And notice they got it in the other language, I should be able to, let me see. Yeah, it translated it for me. Well, you can translate it up here if it ever come up there. You just do it right here. You can even read it out loud too.
Filter. Manuel Decodage, MDC. A1.
A 2.
They just count right there. But if you go into it, it'll actually say pretty much, I would think, what they have up here. Let's see.
Filter.
Let me see.
Remove all filters.
Let's see. You should be.
Manuel decodage, MDC, 1. A 1. A 2.
I did it
A
before.
4. A 5.
It's just going through there.
A 6.
But nevertheless, these, you know how they have that little technology where you can go in here and use it. We still learning ourselves and refining this drawing. So again, you have all of these symbols though, family, that are showing you the strokes. They very clear. You can definitely use these to create, alphabet, the different changes in the dynasties. It don't get no better than that. So like I said, help was on the manifest. Now to get into this papyri of E.A.R.S, we give honors to our brother Bati Bey for talking about, the false possibilities of false papyri, and I have E.A.R.S where they have it broke down, and you can actually go and make some sense out of it. I'm gonna have to go back and study the other one we was dealing with, even though it's good for identifying alphabets. The transliteration was transliterating something else, but it states here, and this is also coming from our family as well, dealing with a lot of the papyri. It says the great medical MS kept in the Leipzig University Library was acquired in Luxor by E.A.R.S, after whom it is named. Page 1 of verso the papyrus has a calendar written by not a much earlier hand from the 9th year of the king, and it states Ermin, and it's talking about, look like it's saying Westcar. It says has shown beyond all criticisms that this is to be read as what he called Jesre Kare. It states Amenhotep the first. It says the text, let me blow this up. The text may thus come from the ring of Ahmose, or the beginning of Amenhotep's, Amenhotep's. It states the writing of the whole extensive roll comes from one hand, evidently a professional scribe who has bequeathed us a calligraphic masterpiece. And the signs are overall regular and clear with few ligatures written horizontally. It go into the heights and everything about the papyri, right? But then it goes into the papyrus in the Hermetic book in the hieratic script about the medical treatment and methods of the ancient Egyptians. So they considered this one of the Hermetic books or the books of Tehuti. And there's actually a Hermetic book in reference to this, which we actually have here, in a translation of the papyri of E.A.R.S. This is not the actual translation fully. We do have that, but this is actually a description of it, telling you where it came from, the full back history. Like I told the Moors to do their research on it, the earliest medical work, extent. And it says in a few things here, a few pages, it goes into the history of E.A.R.S. And it says the most ancient, let me roll this down here. Say Papyrus E.A.R.S, the earliest medical work extant. It states by H. Carrington Bolton. It says the most ancient chemical manuscript extant. It states is the Greek papyrus, a Greek papyrus of Egyptian origin, preserved in the library of the University of Leyden. That lets you know Kemet had their own and the Greeks had their own. They tell you too that a lot of this is fragmented information gathered from different measures that have been came into this era time to be known as the E.A.R.S papyrus. It says and supposed to date from the 3rd century AD. But the Ulster Library of New York a few years since came into possession of a work far surpassing in antiquity, the Leiden manuscript. You hear Brother Mustafa Gadala talking about the Leiden papyrus. He says, and of infinitely greater interest and value to the student of the history of pharmacy. So low key, they study this papyrus. those who study in the realm of pharmacy. This remarkable work is a facsimile of an Egyptian medical treatise written in the 16th century BC, or consequently more than 3,400 years old. Now they'll tell you that this papyrus is younger than that, but they give it a more ancient date here. G.F. Rodwell, F.R.S. author of The Birth of Chemistry, in a letter to the editor of the Chemical News, referred to our knowledge of Egyptian chemistry in the following language. When we remember that the science originated in Egypt and the very name is derived from an Egyptian source, we can but hope that in the progress of Egyptian discovery, as valuable information in regard to the history of chemistry as has already been found in regard to astronomy may be brought to light. Wow. It says the Egyptian papyrus is the first response to desire therein expressed. The title reads, translated thus, Papyrus of E.A.R.S, the Hermetic Book of Medicine of the ancient Egyptians. This explains why the medical symbol is the staff with the serpents, or the caduceus, which is the same symbol that, okay, now we're talking about that didactic art. Within the body, we have the spinal cord. We have the two cortoid veins that go around that as special demonstration, one flowing in blood, one flowing in oxygen. Where they cross over each other, these are the points that we call chakra points. In science, they are known as the ganglionic centers of the body. In the religious text, we call them the seven churches of Asia in the book of Revelation, or the seven candlesticks. In the Grand Quran, they call the seven heavens. And we can go on and on and on with it. But nevertheless, that's how you get deeper into this language, and it goes beyond alphabet. So it says, published with the synopsis of contents and introduction by George E.A.R.S, with the hieroglyphic Latin glossary by Ludwig Stern, under the patronage of the Royal Bureau of Education in Saxony. It says the papyrus, of which this work is a facsimile reproduction, was discovered by the archaeologist E.A.R.S during his visit to Egypt in the winter of 1872 to 73. E.A.R.S and his friend Stern were residing at Thebes, collecting archaeological data, and there became acquainted with well-to-do Arab from Luxor. So he met an Arab who brought to them for sale a modern image of Osiris and a papyrus of no special value. Suspecting the Arab was holding in reserve objects of greater interest, in other words, European, like he don't know what he got in his hand over there. E.A.R.S offered him a considerable sum for any remarkable specimens in his possession. This induced the Arab to return on the following day, bringing with him a metallic case containing a papyrus roll enveloped in mummy cloths. E.A.R.S immediately perceived he had a prize, but was unable to command the large sum of money demanded for it and to provide it with the means through the liberality of a German gentleman, Max Gumpner, traveling in that vicinity. According to the Arab's account, the papyrus had been discovered 14 years previously by a man since dead. The original papyrus was discovered between the bones of a mummy in the tomb of the Theban necropolis. E.A.R.S hastened back to Leipzig with his precious roll and deposited it for safekeeping in the university library of that city. And then, with the cooperation of an enterprising publisher and assistance of royal patronage, placed it at the disposal of the civilized world. The papyrus, as received by E.A.R.S, consisted of single solidly rolled sheet of yellow-brown papyrus of finest quality of 0.3 metri wide and 20.23 meters long. It says it formed one enormous book, but was divided into 110 pages, which were carefully numbered. For purposes of preservation and exhibition in convenient form, the roll has since been cut into several lengths. So they're desecrating the papyrus. The writing, which is exceedingly clear and regular, is partly in black and partly in red ink, and the latter occurring at the heads and sections of expression of weights and measures, characters are known as hieratic, being a cursive form of the hieroglyphic. There you go. It says method of writing bearing the same relation to the latter. It says that our ordinary writing hand does printed characters. See, this is the excuse they try to make. Hieratic be hieroglyphs. They try to say it was an easier way to write. That's a lie too, but that's all good. It says hieratic script resulted from attempts to simplify the forms, outlines, and ideographic characters employed. We all know the story. Yeah. Hieroglyphics in ancient Egypt were written in the language of the people. Hieratic writing was chiefly confined, it states, to a sacerdotal case, and the papyri so marvelously preserved that not a single letter is lacking in the entire roll. The material of the papyrus itself and the inner bark of Cyprus papyrus was examined by Professor Shinnick, professor of botany in the University of Leipzig, who established its identity with that of similar rolls and pronounced it of remarkably good manufacture. The age of the manuscript was determined by consideration of 3 points: paleographic investigation of the form of the written characters, occurrence of names of kings, examination of a calendar which occurs on the back of the first page, and these data enabled the Arabs to assign the writing to the middle of the 16th century, or more precisely 1552 BC. Accepting this date, it has been established beyond reasonable doubt that the writing was prior to the exodus of the Israelites. In fact, according to the commonly received chronology, Moses in 1552 BC was just 21 years of age, and the authorship was not revealed, but it bears the internal evidence of being one of the 6 Hermetic books on medicine named by Clement of Alexandria, 200 AD. The Egyptian priests, who were also the physicians, in order to give greater authority to their writings, were wont to ascribe them to their gods and to their codified medical knowledge. It says their codified medical knowledge was generally ascribed to the god Tehuti, To. In proof of this, E.A.R.S quotes the following passage from page 1, lines 8 and 9 of the papyrus. In question, Ra pities the sick, his teacher Tehuti, who gives him speech and who makes this book and gives the instruction to scholars and to physicians. It says, in their succession. This god Tehuti also written Thoth, which we have in our Moorish Holy Quran, and Ta'ut is the famous Hermes Trismegistus of the Greeks, the same who was regarded by the alchemists of the Middle Ages with superstitions and reverence as the father of alchemy. However this may be, all historians accord in represent Hermes as the inventor of the arts and sciences. He first taught the Egyptians writing and invented arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, gave laws to the people, and regulated their religious ceremonies at the time of Imblicus, who lived in AD 363. It says the priests of Egypt showed 42 books, which they attributed to Hermes or Tehuti, which is also known as Idris and Enoch in the Quran. It says of these, according to that author, 36 contain the history of all human knowledge, the last 6 of which treated of an anatomy of disease, of affections of the eye, instruments of surgery, and medicines. The papyri of E.A.R.S is indisputably one of these ancient Hermetic works. A study of the synopsis of the contents given further on would justify the belief. It goes on to where it tell you, basically some of the things they talked about in it, right here, for example, contents of the papyri, heading of the chapters. It had to do with the preparation of medicines, salve for removing what they call hail, catalog of viruses, what various uses part self of the tecum tree, medicines for curing the accumulation of urine and diseases of the abdomen, the book of the eyes, medicaments for preventing hair turning gray and for the treatment of the hair, medicines for forcing the growth of the hair, salves for strengthening the nerves and medicines for healing the nerves, medicines for curing diseases of the tongue, medicines for the removal of lice and fleas, medicines for the ears and hard of hearing, the secret book of the physician, the science of the breathing of the heart, and the science of the heart as taught by the priestly physician Nefshek. It says, "Verily, there is no new thing under the sun." Ecclesiastics 1:9. Hair invigorators, hair dyes, painkillers, and flea powders were evidently fashionable 3,400 years ago. So yeah, it goes on to talk about the stomach. You know, when one was found an illness in their body, you know, this deal with the hardening of what they call the rehet. And when eating, if one feel pressure in their bowels, the ket, their stomach is swollen and they feel ill while walking, like one who is suffering from the heat in the back, or what they call tanu pet, then look at him when he is lying outstretched. And if thou foundest his bowels hot and hardened in his rehet, then say to thyself, and they talking about probably a fever, this is a liver complaint. Sepupu in meresit. Then make thyself a remedy according to the secrets of the botanical knowledge from a plant of pa kestet and from the scraps of dates. Mix it and put it in water. The patient may drink it, it says, on 4 mornings to purge his body. So this basically sounds like some type of laxative. But it says, if after thou findest both sides of his bowels ket, namely the right and the one, it says hot on the left, one cold, then say of it that it is bowel. Look at him again, and if you find his bowels entirely cold, then say to thyself, his liver, a meres, is cleansed and purified. He has taken the medicine, sep nefsep. The medicine is taking effect, you know. And it goes on, family, you know. But it says the book begins with the preparation of medicines for all portions of the body of a patient. I came from Heliopolis with the great ones from Het-At, the lords of protection, the masters of eternity and salvation. I came from Saiz with the mother goddesses who extended to me protection. The Lord of the universe told me how to free the gods from all murderous diseases. It is curious to note that, according to Dungleson, Diodorus states that the priestly physicians of Egypt formed their diagnosis principally on the position which the patient assumed in bed. So it goes into the works abound, you know, prescriptions of which the following samples, beginning in the book of medicines, to remove illness from the stomach, rub up the seed of the tehui plant with vinegar, make me think about apple cider vinegar, and give to the patient to drink, the same for sick bowels. You know, they got a whole bunch of other measures in here, you know, for one to take as well. And yeah, it's a powerful demonstration, just looking at the history behind the papyri of E.A.R.S. And it shows that our ancestors were indeed the physicians. And you had to go through them same adept degrees that the chairman got in the book of fire in order to be known as a healer. You know, because they give you the ability to be able to demonstrate that. And these same degrees are also in the African Holistic Health, written by our brother Lealo Africa. So what we have here, family, like we said, that other papyri was giving us some trouble. So we ended up coming across, and we got a couple of papyri like this. This is actually dealing with the papyri of E.A.R.S, the actual papyri here, and the breakdowns on it already. There it is again. They mention it being from, you know, Leipzig University. So we have it. It corresponds with everything we just read in that little brief history. And so, you know, we have document here, and this is line 1. So if you look here, and we're going to point this out. We're going to point this out really quick. If you look here, family, we'll point it out as we go through it. You can see the Unicode here. So what I did, I actually started to try to transliterate this first line, line 1. And I'm gonna show you what I came up with. I ain't quite finished, everything, because the last letter gave me some problems. I'm still looking around for it, but the possibility of that probably has to do with certain measures, because I can tell also that some of the letters that's pictured in the anaglyphs that they use, they are actually not the same as the Unicode when I went into the multitude and I vetted everything. And so you'll run into that from time to time. This is what I came up with right here. So far, everything except this last portion right here. I'm still looking for that. But all of this right here is transliteration based on these things. And we'll go back and forth. For example, right here, they have it as J and R, but really, if you look here, sometimes we say Y and R, I and R. I actually put YR. I could have put ear here. It's right down here at the bottom. Okay. So then what I did is, how we vetted M17D21. And I was actually able to go into it and find a lot of this stuff in there. And that's why you see it cropped out. Some of these things you can actually go into the Vigus. And I'm going to show you what I was doing to find it. I was able to go. This is the ancient dictionary, by the way. Some of this stuff you can go into here. Let me go back here. I'll do it this way since it's already open. That way I ain't got to keep going back down there. So you see M17 and D21. Some of this stuff you can go in here. And I just open that up. I don't know. Here you go. Some of this stuff you can go into, say M17. I want to say, is it D21? Yeah, some of this stuff you can go into here just like this, and it'll take you to what you're looking for. You know what I mean? Obviously, if you don't see it spot on, then you just do your little scrolling like this here. Actually, I think I should be scrolling back up, going the opposite direction for what I'm looking for. Is it there? No. Well, I just cycle through like I normally do. So you basically you can put it in there, and sometime it'll let you couple a few of them together, family, is what I'm trying to show you. And there it is right there. So this is what I found corresponding. This is the only one that corresponds to what I had here, and that would be Y and R. And they actually have it from a different direction, but that's all right. So that's M17D21. So year, are they just simply pronouncing the R? I put the Y there, but I see they have it as silent, and it actually has to do with to, at, concerning, more than, so that, until, according as. This is what they are saying here. So this is what I have, obviously, in my transliteration. So this is the correspondence to this particular drawing. How do we know this? Because when we go over here to our tool, let's go to the molar tool, because that's what our people more familiar with. I'll even try to do it in our new tool too. We just gonna go to M17 real quick first, because they don't let you come together with it, do it together here. M17 is here. Okay, so when we, okay, yeah, it should be there already. So let me scroll up. See, this is the M17. That's your particular letter, right? See how they have it as I here, I. That's what I was saying. It's interchangeable, And if you keep going over, you'll see the different variations where people using them. You can see the I coupled with the N right here, I-N. See the anaglyph? Okay. So yeah, you can just see many different, see the anaglyph here. Then this is I-M-N. We can actually see it when you separate it, or if you were to put it together, if we know what the N and I look like. So again, but nevertheless, we know that this symbol that they like to use for the read anaglyph, this is the actual hieratic letter. This is M17. Let's see what we have in our other tool. Okay, it brings it up. Let's click into it. All right, we can see everything over here. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and go into this because I like to go into the essence of it. We're going to highlight it. We can also see the history on how far it go back. Okay, it starts at the 5th dynasty in the Old Kingdom. This is a very old heratogram. So all the way here, and how far do it? Look like it come way up into. Well, it goes up to the 21st dynasty, same time of the Puttites or the Libyans, the Moors, the one who actually that's the dynasty that deal with the Moorish ancestors who were the custodians of the teaching that brought them all the way across North Africa. When you go up into that particular dynasty. So let me see. Yeah, so the heratogram that you have is the same thing. So in my transliteration, when I go back to my document, my PDF, it's right here to your far right because you read from right to left. Notice you're reading toward the heart and not away from the heart. That's the methodology of even Arabic, and even what they like to call Hebrew. So that's it right there. That's your anaglyph. That's the M17 because we can recognize this by Unicode. And this is your D21. So the D21 that is featured here, this is your letter R in all actuality, but it's mostly looking like it's silent here. So I could have just put R here, but I put YR and they put JR, in their particular transliteration. Remember the J is interchangeable with Y and the letter I. So don't let that throw you off. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about right here. See right here where they had JR? That's still M17 and D21. But I chose just like they do. They choose sometime to put an R there or I there and isolated them, and this is the way we want to put it there best, where we can best express it. And I didn't even put no vowels in there, either. So let's go back to where we were. This is the Eber Papyri. Now the first line 1. We were having problem with the Udden. Here's another thing, and I found out that they didn't have certain things. They didn't include certain things in, their transliteration in the other particular drawing. Because see, this says U2. Notice, hold on, let me blow this up. Trying to blow it up without. All right, now don't you get stuck on me. Well, anyway, y'all can see it so far, but if it let me open it up, I think I can do it now. Let's see. Yeah, it ain't let me stretch it out. That's okay. That's all right. Yeah, it ain't let me stretch it out, family. So what I can show you though here is if you look at this, U2, D4, G1, G1, right? I'm going to show you something here. This is what I have here, which is corresponding with the glyph at hand, the anaglyph, right? So you see the A and the A. This actually says Ma. But what we learn is that these two letters together actually say Ma on their own. So you have what you call you called it, your anaglyph, and then all of it anaglyphic, but you have one portion of it that's just a particular portion of expressing, as they like to call them, in the form of determinatives. And then you have the actual word that's being said here. And so let's look at this word, and I'm going to show you what they did. Let me go back to the document. Hold up, I'm trying so I don't mess up and close the wrong thing out. So when you look at their particular drawing, you're going to see U1, D4, G1, G1, and V3. You see, I didn't find V31, I meant to say. I didn't find V31 when I vetted this word and I went back to the dictionary. Included, I just found the G1, G1 in the end. So let me go back and look for the V31. That would be the letter K if I ain't mistaken. At least that's what they want to bring forth. Yeah, they were trying to say the K is there. But every time I look it up in the dictionary, the K is not present. See, that's the K. You see the symbol right there. Look at the anaglyph. Look at the actual heratogram or the symbol. Okay, so now when you come back over here, and look at what we have, I could only find this. Anything outside of this symbol here didn't correspond. So perhaps, maybe the one who did this, when they did their little scribing over here, the person that was trying to transliterate, perhaps they included the letter K when the letter K shouldn't have been a part of that portion. The letter K should have been the beginning of a new statement. You see what I'm saying? Actually, it should be right here. And I didn't add it in between there, but hold up. I want to get that out of here. I want our family to be able to see that. This is the K in the next phrase coming behind it, but it would be something like that if they would have their way. Actually, with a period in between it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm seeing this as the K that actually flows off into this word. And I'm going to show you why. Because again, when you go up here, you don't see a K that's following in this word ma'at. It says concerning, right? According as, to look upon, to see, regard the performance of a task, inspect work, etc., right? And we're going to get into what the work is pertaining to in a second, but we want to really go into the essence of this drawing. I can actually blow them up when I go here. Okay, here we go. When I go back here, I can actually get them in a bigger expression. Okay, so there you have it right there. So this is it right here. See how they have that at the end? It doesn't have that unless they are following this up, like I said, into the next sentence. Because the next sentence, that is the letter K. Even though, this is a K, you can see the line up on the bottom of it. But this is going into, again, they use the letter J. I use the letter Y. I could have used I as well, but I didn't put that here, in that particular way, because I chose to use that. But I see a period in between that. So that's the ma isolated actually from the K. But I don't know why they put it in here as if it was a word, because the actual word, according to right here, even though they put them together like that, they should have isolated that, because this I haven't found in any one of the dictionaries. But I did find this in the dictionary. I found the U1D4 G1 G1. You see? Now let's go into the U1 and the D4 real quick. We're going to use our molar tool, and we'll use our other tool if we have to. We'll use it just for the sake of using it. Okay, so here we go right here. Let's go to the U1. U1. Hit search. There we go. You see that little synth-like demonstration. You see, remember I was telling you it was MA by itself already? My, right? And then you had the two other A's that was added to it, which this is, expressing the same drawing over here too, my eye. But there you go right there, just same symbol. No matter how you go through it, it's the same symbol. Now, I think it was D4 was the second one behind that one, D4. Okay, so D4, was that D4? Let me make sure. Okay, okay, here we go. Yeah, that was D4. That's right, because it's right here. And a lot of time when you see something coupled with another thing, it'll make it change to something else. We often know it can be a trilateral or bilateral, so you got to watch out for that as well, which we already know. So that is D4. I was correct with that. I talked about this being the letter R before as well. See, E.A.R.S, they actually put that there. You don't see a letter I, but E.A.R.S, that's all dealing with that particular expression. So we can see why that was put there too. We'll see that in a second. So that's D4, right? Then we had G1 and G1. G1 and G1, which is basically the same thing being repeated over and over again. It ain't this particular one. It's actually this expression here of the A right here. And so if we go back, what do we have? You see it up here. So we can see all of that. Everything up there. This particular anaglyph is supposed to correspond with this hieratic, heratogram. And so this particular heratogram corresponds with this anaglyph. And then you have, the two A's, so to speak. You see? And so this K, again, like I said, they put them together, but they're really isolated between each. That's what the period really, is a representation of, going into the next phase. But I looked at that as being connected to this, even though the letter K is actually in this when you go into certain dictionary, the T28 and D21 and Z4. T28 is actually dealing with the anaglyph too. So you had an anaglyph that's expressing what is being demonstrated in the D21 and Z4. So let me go back over here and show you what I'm talking about. We're going to move to that next phase. Let me show it to you first over here in my transliteration. So we see it here. And I actually have it here because this is the dictionary. That's how I know it's the letter K. That's K-R-Y, which they have it as K-R-J. There's no problem with that because we understand sound shifting. That's why we had to have all that knowledge to be able to do this, family. So T28 is being featured over here in this anaglyph. This is the actual heratogram, D21 and Z4. We already did the D21 up there up top. So we already really know, that's the letter R. You see? And then you got Z4. So let us go up here. T28. All right. T28. And let's see what we get from that. T28. From the E.A.R.S papyri. There it is. There's your anaglyph. And there's your heratogram beside it. See what it says? That's KH right there. KHR. Even though that looked like a regular H, it actually it's a hard H basically. Cur. So there it is right there, the same symbol. Same symbol here, right? So this is pretty much consistent. You see a little changing in what they added here, added there. Kurtneta. I know y'all seen that before. T28. So now when we go back over here, let's see what the T28 brings us for. And this is special too. See what we can get out of here. All right. T28. Same anaglyph. Weapons and hunting tools. Okay, we see over here, it goes all the way back to the old kingdom as well. T28, the heratogram. And we can see it's consistent all the way up until, look like it goes up until the 21st dynasty as well. You know, so that's a lot of traveling for those alphabets. Okay, so I want to go back to my transliteration chart. Okay, so when we come back here, so you have T28, D21, and then you have Z4. Let's see what Z4 is. Okay. There we have it. We're going to go to our molar first. Okay, there we go. All right, scroll them up. And there you go. That's R coming into a Y in this particular one. That's R coming into Y. I want to see Z4 isolated, because I know they should have an isolated version of it in here. They're showing the connections to a lot of it. Nothing wrong with that. We definitely ain't crying about that. Let's see if they have an isolated form of it. Okay, that's with I9. That's IRM, N35. Okay, that's it right there. That's the Z4. Isolated, that's the letter Y. Okay, so even though when we go back up here to this one, nothing wrong with that, because where it is, in the very top here. See the R, Y, and connection D21 and Z4. And you can see the way it looks here and the way it looks here. Now let us go back to our, well, actually it's over here. There you go, right there. In the anaglyph. And this is the expression over here. So we can see the connection. We see the R there, and there it is there. That's the correspondence with the heratogram. KR, R. And that's it. KHR, actually. Curry netter, like we was talking about earlier. So now, going back to my transliteration, once we come over here, we see it here. That actually is speaking of concerning, you know, like it was saying that according as each one, whatever you want to choose out of here, but really, we're going to go into our own measure when we get into the way we express it. This is why I say the transliteration and translation is in the eye of the beholder. So they be choosing to put that stuff up in there. You know what I mean? But you got to make it flow, because this is the way it come out. The Piscean records in the Quran is the same way. They don't make complete sentences like we taught. A lot of people don't know that. You have to fill it in, you know, to make it make sense. That's how you translate something. So anyway, it has to do with according to or concerning, whichever one you want to, you know, use. To see or look upon, regard, see performance of a task, inspect work, you know, which is under or having the possession of somebody basically that's suffering from illness. You know, that's what we got so far. And then the illness is mentioned in here. You see it says shooting pains. Now I had two words, but you're going to also see that they didn't include certain measures in this, but the Unicode is the same. But it ain't pretty consistent. It's not consistent, as far as dealing with the anaglyphs, the way they put it in there. I don't know if that's like the same case that we had with the MA separating the K, but we'll look into it because the Unicode even changed, because it ain't no J2 that you can go into in the molar tube, but it's actually A2. Here, somebody might have confused the A with the I and then made it a J. That's possible for one to do it. So this is F29 X1, X1, A2, and Z2 in the Unicode. This is F29 X1, X1. Like I said, they probably had a confusion here. They put J2 because there is no J2 in any of these measures, unless one has confused the letter A with I, and that can be done. I've seen it done. I done did it before. So it says you have Z2. So most of that corresponds, but it says STT because this is the word. Setit, which is in one aspect mucus and a bore. I don't know if it's shooting pains coming from the mucus or the bore, or this is just shooting pains that correspond with what's already there. So I would go with shooting pains, even though both of them are under the same Unicode and the same anaglyphs. You see, so you basically concerning one, that you looked upon, you inspecting, then your diagnosis, which is basically under, suffering from these shooting pains. That's what I'm getting right there in the transliteration. So it's making sense to a certain degree, right? Only thing I lost was that last portion of it that I wasn't able to go to. So let's look up these particular Unicodes. F29, X1, X1. Let me go over here again. We're going to vet it. Like I said, and I know y'all already saying, man, this is a lot better than what we had going on before. Because this added on and it made it a little more easier. So here it is here. See, they didn't have a J in this one. That J came up in the dictionary. So between people translating things, you got people, everybody ain't perfect. So, they'll come up with certain measures and, they may miss the mark a few times, but that's what we here for. So let me get F29. F29, that's why we got the third vet where we bring on the manifest too. Because the same corrections I'm making right here, the brother was making similar corrections. So you can actually see that this is the actual full anaglyph, that they are representing, here. And see, it's sit, it's already, the word is already spelled out in the anaglyph, so to speak. But yet the word itself follows up in the alphabets that are mentioned behind the actual symbol. So yeah, what's symbolized, and then you come on into the fullness of the word. Let's go to X1 and X1. That's T and T, I would say. Most likely. We'll go and see though, just to make sure. Okay, T and T. Let's see if that's correct. S1, X1, okay. X1. There we go. That's RT. So yeah, we see the T there. We want to see it isolated though. X1 isolated, it should be here. We see the DT, we know D is interchangeable with T. TTT, we know the T is here. Where's that isolated X1? Is it one here? It should be. Ooh, they got a lot of words in here they dealing with that letter T. I know that much. ENT, 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 and HT, no, NKT, KT, Nasut, Ket, Jet, Rehet, Duty, Dahuti. Okay, let's see. They usually put the isolated T in the front. That's T and T right there. Tet. There you go, right there. Why in the world did they put it over here though? And that's a different anaglyph too. Look like it to a certain degree. Okay, that's another one. That's an isolated anaglyph. Ket. There it is, right there. I think that's the one right there. Let me make sure. That's A1 and X1 together. We see that. Let me go back. I actually go over here and see. Yeah, that's it. That's the T right there. That's the isolated. It's two of them. So this is the isolated T right here. There it is. Now you see the anaglyph, and also you see the heratogram. Looking at it, let's go back over here. See the heratogram up here? It's two of them, just like you see the anaglyphs. They don't look nothing alike. I don't see how they was trying to make that stuff look just alike. So there you go. That's your and they got different ones here. You know, so we can also go over here, you know, and go into the same drawing. Let's go back. What was that? Z? I think it was Z4 if I ain't mistaken. Was that Z4? No, that wasn't Z4. Okay, that's actually X1. I'm still thinking about it. Okay, so it's X1 actually. So when we go here, X1, there it is. That's your anaglyph. Bread and cakes. Y'all be careful eating that bread and cakes now. It'll do something to you. How you really trying to go into the papyri Ebers. Trying to heal yourself. So this is one coming from the 4th dynasty. And they got various developments. And they go all the way up to look like probably the 21st dynasty as well. Yeah. So yeah. Same thing now. And we almost done, Morris Ken. We just trying to show you what we came up with as a result of the little transliterating we was trying to do. Like I said, the last thing that gave me problems is that last glyph. We got G17 here. And G17, as we know, is the letter M. You know, and then we go here. Let's see, where my G17 at? I'm trying to get up here back to my document. Come on, where you at? There you go, don't hide from me. Okay, so we can get back to the tooling. Okay, so G17. We're going to go here. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I was up till about, I think it was about 6 o'clock this morning by the time I got done with this demonstration, Morris. G17, there it go right there. That's M. You see various forms of it, but this is the exact one right here. That's your heratogram. This one don't even have an anaglyph over here next to it, but we know what the anaglyph is. And if you come over here again, there it is. That's your anaglyph. That's your heratogram. G17, that's the letter M. So, you know, those things were the same. Then we have this particular measure, which is look like Nukawet. Nukawet is what that is. And then you can see it. So what we're going to do, this was another one too that was kind of off from what was written in here. Certain things wasn't on point based upon the actual writing and the definition. So that's the type of stuff that'll throw you off when you're looking for something. And this is actually right here. And if you look closely, everything look the same if you understand what you're looking at. You know, as we understand, this would be the letter N as they want to try to express it in the anaglyph, but this is really the letter N over here in the heratogram. You know, then you have this, which is said knockout, but really they pronounce it in the other dictionary as a K, like I showed you a few minutes ago. So the K is interchangeable with Q. We say that all the time. That's why you see some people spell the word Quran, you know, the Holy Quran. They spell the Holy Quran with the letter K sometimes, like our Moorish Holy Quran. Actually, they spell it the same way the Moorish Holy Quran is spelled. So K is interchangeable with Q. So this is why NQ is NK in, you know, the difference of the dictionary. You know, that's the Vigus, and that's actually the Egyptian dictionary too. You see the A that looked like that backward comma, they just wrote it out here. W and the T, same thing down here. And this is supposed to be notch sycamore figs. And this probably will have something to do with curing the illness that one is dealing with. You see what I'm saying? And by means of, you know, in other words, you can cure these shooting pains and this illness, you know, by, you know, the sycamore figs. That's what I'm getting out of that. Because I've seen something like that in the paper of E.A.R.S, where they use, you know, the figs, the sycamore figs, you know, in my reading of it. So there you have it. You see the expression of it here. And a lot of that corresponds just a difference in the way they spelled the words is what I was saying. So you can't get took off by that right there. You just got to vet these things thoroughly and know what we're doing, because we have to use this methodology until, you know, more developments come where ones is reading just hieratic, you know, in order to get back to it. We reverse engineering, you know, these documents and these papyri, you know, back into their original state, as opposed to when they came forth, they reverse engineered them out of it. And this was my last one. That last word, the one that I didn't put down here, which is right here, hetef, you know, that's the one I'm still looking for. I'm gonna look for it again. That's what kept me up so long. I stayed up 3 hours looking for that word, 3 extra hours, because I was gonna stop at 3:30. But I was looking like, man, I know I find this, you know, going through 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 words 4 or 5 times. You know, that's a lot of digging. But nevertheless, I got it up to this point here, which is right here. And this is the one, like I say, I'm still looking for. And I know it's there. It's just, you know, how it's being expressed. So this is the last one here. And we're going to open up the floor in a second. So N35, M3, A1, X124. It wasn't exactly there that way. You see that J then being a substitute again. They're using it here behind the M3. So somebody was mistaking the letter A for the letter J. And I guarantee you they mixed it because of the letter I. When you see the I being featured in areas where they show A in certain alphabet charts, I guarantee you that's why they did it like that. So let me go into N35. Let's see here. N35, where you at, N35? Okay, here we go. N35, let's go back to our molar tool. N35. Okay. And that's the symbol you have right there for N35. They got a couple of them up here, but we want it isolated. Anytime you go in this tool, you know, you want to look for the isolated measure. You can look for the rest of them too if they come in full words like Nisut, you know, and so forth and so on, but you want that isolated measure because that's going to show you what you're dealing with. So this is your isolated N35, which is the letter N. And so we can go here to the vetted and see if we have the same thing on the manifest. Let's see what the N35 is here in our cool tool. Okay, let's see. N35. All right, they got N35A, which deal with 3 energetic marks. And then they got the N35 that deals specifically with the sky, the earth, and the water. That's the one we're looking for. This is from the Old Kingdom, you know, as well, and probably all the way up to the 21st, I'm going to guess it. Sometimes they may not go that far up, but in most cases, they do. So let's see. Yep, we go to the 21st dynasty as well. And they giving you all of the different places, you know, of the dynasty of the pharaoh that was ruling during that time. So that's another thing. So, okay. So there you go. And let's go back to my document, N35. Hold up. Okay, there you go, right there. Okay, N35. And we can see it check out just like I said. That's the letter N right there in the word, you know, Neket. That's Neket, by the way. That ain't next. That's Neket. That X is a K. At least it's supposed to be pronounced as in lock. That's how you would pronounce it, you know, in the sound shifting. So it's N35. That's the letter N. So M3. Let's see what M3 is. Okay. This is M3. All right. M3. Let's see what M3 brings us up. There you go. Ket. Ket. That's a K right there. K-N-H-T. Ket. How do we know? Because of the little divot under the bottom of it. It's a hard one, like Neket. That's actually Neket. See, N35, M3. Actually, this is the word right here. And they even got the anaglyph up there too. Look at that. That's the anaglyph. Now let's go in here and go back. Actually, we can go over here because it'll be quicker to go here. There it is right there. Only thing they don't have on the end is the man. Only thing they don't have is the man standing out. And that's what I was saying as well. When you go back over here, I'm going to go back down here to the words that and that man was standing there but I found something in that, you know, because right here in the inside, they had a serpent and a chick. But in this one, they don't have one corresponding with that, but these are the same ones. And that probably explains why, because somebody used the J1 in the place of the A1. So that would kind of confuse the situation right there. Let me show you this J1 and J2 demo. There is no J demonstration popping up in the Unicode. You know, so not that I seen anyway. In this particular area, like they did let's go back. Let me see. I know I had tried to put J2. Maybe they might let us see what the J1 is, but I know it ain't the same alphabet as that other. See, it ain't no J1. Ain't no J2. See what I'm saying? And they getting that confused with. Let's see. Yeah, they getting it confused with A1 and A2. That's what they're doing. You know, so that's a correction that would have to definitely be made there. You know, when it comes to dealing with certain little things, it really ain't a big deal, but it is if you don't know what you're looking at. So A24 in and of itself, though, I'm gonna show you something why I put this here. This A24, I pulled this out even though it wasn't in it. It wasn't in this. It wasn't the main feature because A24 is actually that determinative, what we call anaglyph. So let me go here, and that's the last one. Okay, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. So A24 actually brings you that one standing there. And that's the same anaglyph along with the same heratogram being used. And notice, they got different expressions up here that they given every time. I see the Naket right there. That actually says Hawi he Naket nim Hejet Seb. Hejet Seb. I wonder what that's stating. Maybe I'll go into a transliteration at another time. But that's the only thing they actually have there. And for some reason, they making a whole statement. But this actually represents, the anaglyph of the man standing there with the stick. Look like he getting ready to teach somebody something. Or he might be getting ready to put it on somebody. So let me go to A24 here. In our Akutu. Okay. This is the last measure of this drawing. Okay, A24. Come on. Don't get sluggish on me now. Okay. Okay, so okay, here we go. A24. There we go. All right. And there it is right there. 5th dynasty. Yep. And I know it's probably most likely all the way up to the 21st dynasty. There is the heratogram popping up already. Okay, here we go. Yep. Just like we thought. Oh, this one right here actually going to the 27th dynasty. Goodness gracious. Well, that one went a long way, didn't it? Huh? It makes sense, though. Okay, so yeah. So out of all of that, like I said, I got that one that I'm looking for that's really giving me the runaround. That last one that's here. I recognize the letters because this is supposed to be H and that's supposed to be, that's actually look like a R, but they have it up there as a T. It may be the D. And that may be the problem because they got it up there wrong, saying it's this. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. And it may be under the R. I'm going to go look that up. I ain't tried that yet. That might be the problem. They identifying a T. Because I know how you do it because you can mix the T up with the letter R if you know what I'm talking about. That T and that R look real close. Yeah, see right here in the cat. Okay, and then that's the full phrase of it. But see, this right here is normally, they confusing this with T. And I believe that's the letter R. I believe that's gonna solve my problem. I'm gonna look for that too. So that's your hieratic expression, and then that's your anaglyphs.
Islam, Shahid.
Islam.
You may be right because I'm looking at the R on the chart you gave us.
Mm-hmm.
That may be where you missing it at. That looked like the R.
Yeah, I believe that's what I think. It looked like R, and I just seen it again, but this is a T. And so that's why I think they messed it up here.
Mm-hmm.
It probably was supposed to be Kurtfu. You see what I'm saying? A Kurt instead of this Tef that they got here. Because I looked for that. I'm telling you, I looked 3 hours and I could not find that. I'm telling you, I laid down at 6:30. Come on.
I know the feeling.
I'm looking for that word. Like, you mean to tell me we're going to get to the last word and y'all going to act crazy? And then basically this is showing that some of these people, they made a few mistakes here. Some of them was on point, but we can see the inconsistencies and stuff. And that's, like I say, we can make corrections. That's more of the papyrus errors. They had a full breakdown. That's what I was trying to show y'all, where they actually break them down. I just went in to do the vetting, on them. And that's why I said we're gonna be a lot, but it's a lot better than that other we had just trying to go through it, because this is gonna impress everything in the mind. This is also the Papyr Prisse. I had a full breakdown on that, teachings of Tahoe. You know, we have all them. Remember, I talk about the Sabate teachings all the time. They go to word Sabate right there. We were looking for that one time too. That's the Sabate symbol. You know, they didn't put the Unicode on that, and that's probably why we couldn't find it before. I don't think they may have not put it on there. So yeah, that's basically everything, family. You see how I use the Vigus tools. Some of them you can go in there and actually put the Unicode. It'll take you there. Some of it you type the name and the definition of something that you know you're all right. You know, I use that dictionary in the ancient Egyptian dictionary to find most of my stuff, but I'm pretty sure maybe you can find some of that stuff on the other. But I think that we own the some with the mother measure. I didn't use this Dixon dictionary, but a lot of this can also be used to vet things too. It's just there. So, you know, that's my particular measure, Morris Ken. It's been a grand journey and a lot to put together. But you know, we ain't playing. We out here to teach the people. And so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen now. And we're gonna hear from our scribes, man. It's been a grand thing here. Islamism. Praise be to Allah.
Islam.
We'll call on our Grand National Secretary of State first, pardon self. Sister Shepsut Rakat Ma'at and Pooh, Tutankhamun Bay. Islam. You there, goddess and queen?
Woo-wee!
Islam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am here. Islam Moorishkin, rising, giving praises to Allah, honor to our prophet, honor to our class, to our family online, to our brothers and sisters on the panel, and to you, Dr. Shahid Act One. Dr. Shahid, you brought forth a powerful class as always, so much information. And I want to give you much honor. Also, and that reading from the book of fire as well. When I was looking at, well, first gratitude for the Sarabat El Kadim, dealing with the Sinai Peninsula and showing the archaeological demonstrations that hooked up with our history. Also dealing with turquoise and how everything falls into place when, as you stated, you know what you're looking for, you know. And it just brought to mind how when I was first searching in Moorish science, no, prior to Moorish science, trying to find out about my history and roots prior to the advent of Prophet Noble Drew Ali in my life, it was very tough to try to sift out what was true, what was false, especially when you didn't really have a good foundation, and everything that you turned to was you couldn't determine if it was true or false, you know, and you had an innate feeling that this doesn't sound right, especially, you know, when we as a people were called barbarians or what have you, and various names changed. And I was also looking at it from the aspect of, you know, when you say you searching for one thing and found something else, came across a clip in reference to the slave Bible, where they had taken out a lot of chapters dealing with equality of man and left the ones in there for the slaves to, in essence, be subservient, you know, and be happy with that, you know. When you brought forth that master term of going back to the original source, and that knocks down all foolery, and also how our Japanese brother was speaking about how it saddened his heart, you know, and so he has a mission on him, as do we, in reference to recognizing the fact that this is of key importance, that we go back and, just as the title of the book states, exhuming of a nation, you know, because of the fact that so much falsehood has been put out there, and it really sent a thrill through me when you were speaking about the Mayat and also the other three letters dealing with truth and falsehood. That was, you know, brought me right back to what the prophet gave to us. And the that quote from that book in reference to examine in a different spirit and manner, because we know that the original spirit when they were pillaging Kemet was one of domination, pillaging, trying to destroy our special history to keep us in that slave mindset, which we see is still prevalent today. But giving honor to our Moorish American government and what the prophet brought to us, when we do the research, where the pen is now in our hands, we definitely have a different spirit and a different manner in our research, because number one, the divine love is out there and the unfoldment of the God state, whereas we are being divinely led, so and also gratitude to these new tools dealing with the anaglyphs and the heratograms. And when you transpose, and I know we had this before, but it just brought clarity in reference to transposing one thing over the other, especially in dealing with the brain and being able to read from the Akashic records and just studying the nature of a thing. So this whole class was so powerful, in our journey to continue researching, dealing with the study of the self, in essence, because this is ours. So gratitude more for calling me fourth magnanimous class, and much peace and love to all of my Moorish kin. Islam.
In Islamism, Grand National Secretary of State, we give honors to you for that grand draw, and praise be to Allah, Islamism without the schism. And we also wanted to mention, in the same breath too, because I meant to do this before I left it, the last portion of our subject matter dealing with this transliteration of line 1, which is actually that word in the ket, actually, whereas I seen it being used in the context, it has to be doing with strong and victorious, but it also means stiff and hard. And I do know that it talks about a stiffening, of the intestines, or a stiffening of the limb. It mentions certain things like that. So I think that's where they're probably trying to go, but I got to get that last word in there, which I'm going to look it up, and keep looking for it. And it's going to bring the end determination to that first line. It may have me going further into it to see, because that may not be enough. I have to go further, but, the transliteration would be sounded out as, Irmak keruset nekut, nekut hatrif, hatrif. I'm putting the R in there, even though it's the T there, because I'm looking at an R, but we'll figure all that out. So, and this is actually dealing with concerning, looking upon, diagnosis, so to speak, in one's performance of a task, which is one that is under, a particular illness that they suffering from, shooting pains, basically, which had to do with, coming out of by means of, cure can only be brought forth by one utilizing the not sycamore figs. That's the cure, and this will basically, I guess, relieve one from the stiffening, of the intestine, or stiffening, or what. That's what I'm getting out of it now. It may be a little different once I go to transliterate more, but that's just what I'm getting now based on my knowledge of what I've seen in the Arabic papyri and me doing this transliteration independently. So Islamism. And now it's y'all turn, scribes. So at this time, what we're going to do, we're going to call for, the first scribe of this Moorish American government. He wrote the Book of Fire. Dr. Akinak and Pert M. Heru, y'all do know that mean the book, right? Toot the Coming Bay, a living book. Want to call for our Grand National Chairman, Islamism. I know he see us putting the prophet language all up in here. Islam.
He's not available right now, Dr. Shahid.
Okay, Islam.
Gratitude.
We know he there in the triune, in the spirit. Praise be to Allah. So gratitude. And at this time, we're going to open up the floor to the rest of our scribes.
Islam.
Islam. That's some Sister Curtis Bay. I knew you were coming up in that demonstration.
Islam. I tell you, I'm like the goddess. Woo-wee. Wow, this was a lot of information, and I thoroughly enjoyed every bit of it. And when you showed that papyrus and with no how, well, right now we'll say hieroglyphs because that's what I'm used to saying, with no pictorials or nothing like that, and then you go on down and you see where the Europeans started adding their little pictures and stuff in there, and then trying to talk about that trying to say that these was alphabets. I mean, you can't get no plainer than what you put out there, Dr. Shahid. Like you say, if they can't accept what you put out there this morning, we just gonna keep it moving and keep doing what we doing. And I like the way that you I like the new words that you introduced us to, the anaglyphs and the heratograms. And the one thing I wanted to yeah, and when you was talking about how the Europeans, how they couldn't really teach our information. And it made me think, I go back to our other class where you were sharing us, and you kind of mentioned that they can't teach our teachings because we see the essence of the thing. Like you was telling us how Adam named the different animals and stuff. He just didn't call a fish a fish. He saw the essence of that animal. And so when you're dealing with the writings on the pyramids, and you dealing with our teachings, you have to be able to see the essence of that thing and go deep within. But see, the European can't do that because see, we didn't put they can't comprehend. They can't go within our teachings like that because we couldn't put that in them, really. And the last thing I wanted to ask you about, I want to make sure I got about 2 or 3 pages here. Trying to take some notes. I want to make sure I wrote that down right. Now, when you was showing us the new tool and how it goes up to like the 20th dynasty, did you say was we ruling at that time during the 20th dynasty? The Moors, were we ruling at that time?
Yeah, around that time, when we go into a lot of the history, our ancestors always been on the manifest. Remember, the last native Egyptian stopped ruling during 360 BC.
360 BC, okay.
You see what I'm saying? So when you come all the way up into the 21st dynasty, yeah, we was definitely on the manifest, and it was the Moors under the name Puttites or Libyans who were the custodians of that knowledge that took it across North Africa.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And so they were the ones that G.M. James referred to as, preserving the knowledge. And that's how we Moors ended up basically becoming the greatest alchemists, the greatest mathematicians, mathematicians, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Right.
All of that came from us. And a lot of that is what we use to bring Europe out of the Dark Ages.
Islam.
The golden age of the Moors, was the same golden age that allowed the European to even have understanding when they were still living savage. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
And in that golden era, the age of enlightenment that later came, it was the Moors that united, everybody through the wisdom.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's why they even have it today, even in the original mosque that was built, they have all the gates, but they have one gate that's known as the Moorish gate.
Okay.
The gate of the Moors, that's in the north.
Oh.
That's why you hear a lot of the ones over there in the Great Seal trying to use that terminology. And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna let you, that way you can look at this Moorish gate. This goes into the direction you hear Muhammad Bey always talking about the north West Cemetery, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And all that, so it goes into the same area. And this is in the temple Al-Aqsa. Al-Aqsa is what they call it. So let me open up and so you'll see.
Okay.
And so all of this was during the time when we was together though.
Oh,
when
okay.
we was standing side by side with the
Islam.
Moorish Israelites, if you want to call it that, back in that time, the people that was still conscious of the Afrocentricity, so to speak. So you see this here?
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you'll see it translated as Morocco Gate, but really that's just the Moroccans claiming that, but it's really called the Moors Gate.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
the west side of the Temple Mount of Al-Aqsa,
Oh,
the Al-Aqsa Mark. I
okay.
see somebody put Moorish Israelite right there. But so, yeah, if you do the research on it, Jerusalem, the gate of the Moors right there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's something real. That ain't something made up right there. You see that?
Oh, okay.
I'm telling them they better stop playing. We got this information over here. And right there.
Islam.
So that's our gate. You don't hear people talking about that type of
Yeah,
stuff.
I ain't never heard that one.
Yeah, a lot of people hadn't heard of, but that's the West Gate.
Okay.
The gate that go toward, again, the furthest west. So yeah, they even had it. They mentioned it here on the Moore.
Okay. Yeah.
And don't let that throw you off either, because when they put that in on there, it's still talking about the Moors.
Right.
So see it right here when I was telling you that they in the Great Seal, they like to talk about the North Gate.
Uh-huh.
But see, that's dealing with masonry and they symbolism. They trying to connect themselves to that.
Right.
You know what I mean? But the Moorish Gate is a real gate, nevertheless.
Islam. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
When they say it was took on the northwest coast, a northwestern journey, and all that type of stuff, the northwest is where the African God man was buried when you come to the furthest rest, i.e., that's that Northwest Cemetery.
Right, yeah, that's what brother Muhammad Baby talking about. Yeah, if you
And
look
that's
from above, yeah.
and that's why our people, have been sleeping over here. Even though he used it over there as the Egyptian expression, we're really talking about this cemetery over here where our people been buried under somebody assumable jurisdiction. That's what it really boiled down to. Islam.
Well, they getting ready to get woke up now, so gratitude, God, man, for clearing that up for me, and I got that right. I don't want to put nothing wrong out there. This has been such a powerful class, and looking forward to. I think you said you was gonna send us over some more that other thing, and gratitude for going over that. Like you said, we call it the slate. Gratitude for going over that again too, because that really helped me to the way you went over it. That hammer of repetition helped me, because I kind of stray away from that one. But after you went over today, I'm gonna play around with it. I'm not scared of it now. Islam.
Islam. Yeah, you use it, like I say, as an exercising tool to familiarize yourself, with different hieratic expressions.
Right.
And after a while, after being immersed in this demonstration, I'm telling you, by the time this year is over with, we gonna be on point. We're gonna be able to look at Papri and tell you what the word is.
Islam.
Some in some areas we already there now.
Yeah.
But it's just like I said, it's taking a time and a process of immersing ourselves into it. And we're gonna start bringing lessons on the manifest, based upon this knowledge and the prophet's teaching. So,
Islam.
Take a Moorish American to teach a Moorish American how to be a Moorish American. Goodness gracious, Islam.
Gratitude, God, man. Peace and love.
Gratitude and peace and love, scribe. Well, all right. We got our two brothers over there. Marvin Edward Bay, what you doing over there? You there, grand man? You're a brother Bati Bay.
Islam.
Islam, okay, brother Bati Bay.
Islam. Praises now is already given. And all I'm saying, all I got to say is, man, all that false information that they've been putting out because the pen was in their hand. And now it's in ours, and we get to rewrite it. That's an amazing feat by itself. And that's all I really got to say about that. And gratitude for all the information, especially this new, our Asian brothers that put in that work to clarify them the pieces that were missing from that from the molar tool. Is that the molar tool, or is it the headshot the DB?
Oh, you talking about the actual the British Museum breakdown? But
Yeah,
yeah,
well, we
the
got
molar tool and the Aku tool, both of them come from the same source.
okay, but yeah, all this is going to just add to, what I'm saying, and really do some clarifying for especially, saying the fact that you brought that it's the original is the hieratic, as people trying to decipher a pictogram, or, what I'm saying, as opposed to them looking at the actual hieratic language and stop. So we know that they created that all by themselves. There was no actual factual, there was no meaning behind what they did, with the hieroglyphs, the pictograms or hieroglyphs. There's no
Islam, and you just ask them. It's one simple question. You ask them, same one I asked them, if you believe that the hieroglyphics, come from the ancestors, then show me the alphabet chart that they use when it come down to deciphering it. One that exists before Champollion. And that'll kill the whole argument. Because you'll never find a chart of alphabets when it comes to dealing with them hieroglyphics in the form of an alphabet. They were always anaglyphs, and they always represented metaphysical, allegorical, and symbolic interpretation that has to do more with what we call, again, what we call the sacred arts. Like the Grand Secretary of State said, the transposing of the knowledge, upon, the imagery of oneself. And that's the know thyself philosophy that was taught, and only priests knew this. Laymen, they didn't know this stuff, because to really think about it, if one is able to tap into the self with this type of power, saving power, one can do harm with the type of knowledge that one can open up, so it makes sense why people, wasn't giving everybody something that you can take one out of the count. Because this knowledge we talking about, we can tap into the self. We can really begin to move things with the mind. We can begin to demonstrate telekinesis and telepathy. And some people will misuse that type of information to manipulate, to control, and all that. So our ancestors knew what they were doing. They were putting security on what they loved. But when you come through the lineage and you come through the DNA, it all become manifest to you, because we are the return of the ancient ones. So it ain't strange that we uncovering these truths, and the vibration is the same with our Asiatic brothers. So all the sources that we have, our source material, is right there. The primary sources, we got Japanese brothers on the matter, and we got a native-born Egyptian that don't play the radio. Confirming everything that our chairman has been saying in the Book of Fire, everything the prophet said. Right there. Everything our Moorish Holy Quran said, because it tell you, remember, our Moorish Holy Quran give you concise instruction on how to read Metal Netta. It tell you to go in there and contemplate. Islam. We just added that there. So praise be to Allah, Brother Bati Bey, for that drawing. All right, Brother Marvin Edwards Bey, Doctor of Divinity, what have you to say, grand man?
From gratitude, yeah. I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards.
You kind of muffled, my brother. Like yours. Yeah, it's low.
It's low?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me see something.
Yes, sir.
Right now. Can you hear me?
Muffled. Oh, it went bad then when you went there. Go ahead, say something now.
Islam?
That's better. That's better.
That's better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had my laptop closed. Gratitude for calling me. Very powerful class. Very powerful class. I'm gonna figure out what I did now. Um, yeah, as you was going over this demonstration, well, you know, and you and knowing that this peppers was a medical demonstration, it almost, as you was transliterating it, man, going through the actual understanding of it, it really kind of like made sense. I mean, this is making more sense than all of the other um, transliterations that we've been going through thus far. I mean, for me, you know what I mean? And so this is making sense. And another thing, and I can see how, like they did what they did to confound the rest of the world because I mean, they've been studying this stuff for so long. You know what I mean? And they done went into it and broke down like it's been said how they figured out all of the medicines. You know what I mean? And like they went in and figured out a lot of it. You know what I mean? Of course, they didn't go into the metaphysics of it, but for the medicinal purposes, like they got that and they covered it up. You know what I mean? To make themselves appear as the one that's the father of medicine, so to speak. You know what I mean? And so this is just bring a whole light on all of that has been covered up. You know what I mean? And I'm so grateful to be a part of it. And so I'm gonna leave it right there because we'll be able to go through this video. I want to go over this class again and to further work with it. Like you say, immersing oneself in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of the alphabets just pops out to you. You know what I mean? The more we deal with it. You know what I mean? I just say grateful and gratitude. Islam. That's it. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Islam, grand man. Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear. And praise be to Allah,
Yes,
for
sir.
that drawing. So yeah, I just want to say peace and love to our family, all the scribes on the manifest. And it's always an honor and a love, to bring these things to the people. Islamism without the schism. And Sister Curta Bay, scribes, you can take us into the realm of third heaven.
Islam. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violates the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy Father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relations that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortune of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Go in peace, Moors. Great class, Islam. Woo!
Great class.
Great
Is-
class. Gratitude, Morris King.
Gratitude.
Islamism.
Islam family.
Love you all.
Gratitude.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Islam.
Islam, Moors, we love you with love and divinity. Praise be to
Gratitude for that information.
Yes, great
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, I'm like Brother Evans Bay. I'm going back to listen to that playback. I
Yes.
got to listen.
Oh yeah, we got a grand drawing and homework. We know the Moors gonna love that one right there. We're gonna get all the tools over to your family, all the tools.
Islam.
We got to present like what you had up there.
Oh man, ooh-wee.
Ooh-wee.
Oh yeah, we got some grand drawings, man. It's gonna be powerful. Islamism, without the schism.
Islam family, peace and love.
All right, Moors. Peace and love. Islam.
Nation.
Islam. All right, family. Want to give honors to everybody that checked in. We give honors to all of you, and we encourage all of y'all to keep tuning in, because we got more to bring. It's gonna only get greater, so we just want to encourage our family to stay on the front line, keep teaching your people, and we're gonna do the same. That being said, we're gonna bring this demonstration out the same way we came in. Islamism without the schism.
Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam.